What if the very ground beneath your feet whispered ancient spells, secrets etched in ice, waiting for hands brave enough to uncover them? In the desolate expanse of a frozen wasteland, where the sun barely kisses the horizon, the air crackles with the energy of long-forgotten gods. A chilling wind howls through jagged peaks, carrying echoes of a time when magic flowed like blood in the veins of the earth. Here, in this frigid silence, legends of Norse magic pulse like a heartbeat, hidden beneath layers of frost. Beneath the snow, remnants of a world once vibrant lie shrouded in mystery, a broken sword, a faded runestone. The skeletal remains of creatures that once roamed the earth, all buried, yet alive with untold stories. The ice, relentless and impenetrable, guards its treasures fiercely, but a team of explorers has arrived, drawn by the magnetic pull of history. With each step, they tread on the bones of the past, their breath forming clouds of mist as they inch closer to the unknown. But the ice is not just a barrier, it is a sentinel, a guardian of dark secrets. As the team uncovers artifacts, old and raw with power, a sense of dread seeps into their hearts. Whispers in the wind tell tales of curses laid upon those who dare to awaken what should remain at rest. The air thickens with tension as the first sign of magic stirs. A fleeting shadow flits across the snow, a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in fur and iron. The team exchanges fearful glances, the allure of discovery now intertwined with the instinct to flee. Unbeknownst to them, they are not alone. The spirits of the ancients stir, their eyes glinting like ice chips in the dark, watching with a mix of curiosity and vengeance. The ice holds not only the remnants of a forgotten civilization, but also the weight of their sins. As the explorers uncover the runes carved into the stone, they unknowingly invoke a power that was never meant for mortal hands. The very landscape seems to shift, an otherworldly force awakening, reshaping the world around them. Suddenly, the ground trembles, a feral growl echoing beneath the surface. Panic ignites within the group as they scramble to make sense of the chaos. What have they unleashed? The majesty of Norse mythology converges with the terror of the unknown, wrapping around them like a noose. Each heartbeat quickens, each breath becomes a desperate plea for answers. But answers come with a price. Time dissolves, reality blurs, and the line between magic and madness begins to fade. The explorers must confront not only the specters of the past, but also their own fears. Will they succumb to the ancient power they sought to harness? Or will they find a way to escape the icy grasp of fate? As the storm gathers and shadows lengthen, the air thickens with the promise of revelation, or ruin. What lies buried beneath the ice is more than just history. It is a reckoning. The journey has begun. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows dance on the rough-hewn walls of a Viking longhouse, casting eerie shapes that seem almost alive. Outside, the harsh winds howl like restless spirits, carrying with them whispers of ancient knowledge, secrets etched in the frosty breath of the night. In this world of rugged landscapes and fierce warriors, a powerful force lurks beneath the surface, the enigmatic allure of Norse magic. Long before the first Viking ships set sail to conquer distant shores, a tapestry of beliefs and practices began to weave itself into the fabric of Norse culture. The roots of Norse magic, or seiðr, reached deep into the soil of the Norse people's daily lives, entwined with their gods and the very essence of nature. It was a time when the lines between the seen and unseen blurred, where every rustle in the forest carried the weight of a hidden message, and the night sky held the wisdom of the ancients. The early practitioners of this magic were often women, known as vulvas or seeresses, respected for their ability to see beyond the veil of reality. With the scent of herbs and smoke mingling in the air, they gathered in sacred spaces, forming circles of trust and power. Their songs, filled with ancient incantations, wove through the air like threads of destiny, binding the community together with a shared sense of purpose. They stood on the threshold between worlds, their eyes reflecting the flicker of prophecy and fate. In this world, the gods themselves were no distant figures. They were deeply intertwined with the lives of the people. Odin, the Allfather, was revered as a master of magic and wisdom. His relentless quest for knowledge led him to sacrifice an eye in exchange for understanding. And his pursuit of seiðr was a quest not just for power, but for connection with the very fabric of existence. Each rune, each symbol, whispered tales of the cosmos, of creation and destruction, love and loss, intertwining the fates of gods and mortals alike. As the seasons turned, the practice of Norse magic evolved, drawing from the cycles of the earth and the stars. The rhythm of the moon dictated the timing of rituals, as the waxing light inspired hope and the waning dark invited reflection. The Norse understood that magic was not just about spells and incantations. It was a living force, pulsating through the veins of the world, a connection to the land itself. They honored the spirits of the earth, the water, and the air, believing that every stone and tree bore witness to the stories of their ancestors. Rituals were held in sacred groves, where the very air hummed with an electric anticipation. The earth itself became a canvas for their magic. Runestones were carved with intricate designs, each stroke a prayer, each mark a testament to the power they sought to harness. The vulvas would often be seen weaving together herbs, roots, and animal bones, creating potions that promised healing, divination, and protection. The energy in these moments could be felt, a crackling intensity that wrapped around them, binding them in a collective hope. But not all was serene in the world of Norse magic. There were dark corners where fear festered, where the misunderstood practices of magic led to suspicion and violence. The tales of witches, those who practiced seiðr without understanding its sacredness, began to seep into the culture. The consequences could be dire. When fear overtook faith, the flames of persecution were stoked, consuming those who dared to tread the mystical path. The fires that warmed the longhouse could just as easily burn the innocent, leaving scars that would echo through generations. In the midst of this turmoil, the spirit of Norse magic persisted, resilient as the wildflowers that sprouted from the cracks of a weathered stone. Legends were passed from mouth to ear, tales of heroes and heroines who wielded power with grace. The courage of these figures inspired others to seek their own connection to the magic that flowed around them. It became a beacon in the night, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of knowledge and understanding could guide them home. And then there were the runes, those ancient symbols carving their way into the very soul of Norse culture. Each rune carried a story, a meaning that transcended time. They were not just letters, they were the very essence of magic itself, wrapped in mystery and promise. As the Norse began to write, they infused their words with intention, using the runes for divination, for binding spells, for connecting with the divine. It was said that the runes could bring forth visions, or reveal hidden truths, whispering secrets to those brave enough to listen. As dusk settled over the land, the fires in the longhouses would burn bright, illuminating the faces of those gathered. They listened, entranced, as the vulvas shared their visions of the past and the future. The air crackled with anticipation, the weight of history pressing against their chests. Each story was a thread in the rich fabric of their identity, a reminder of the ancient magic that coursed through their veins. The ancestors were never truly gone. They lingered in the stories, in the songs, in the very essence of what it meant to be Norse. The echoes of those long-forgotten chants and the wisdom of the seeresses beckoned the curious. As the moon waxed and waned, so too did the power of Norse magic. It was a force that shaped destinies, a current that flowed through time, drawing the past into the present. The air vibrated with the promise of untold stories, each one a flicker of light in the vast darkness of uncertainty. The magic of the Norse was alive, a pulse that resonated through the ages, inviting new seekers to stand at the edge of the unknown, ready to embrace the mysteries that awaited them just beyond the horizon. The wind howled through the towering trees, their ancient trunks creaking as if whispering secrets of a time long past. A lone figure stood at the edge of a dense forest, her breath visible in the chill of the twilight air. This was a place where magic lingered in the shadows, where every rustle of leaves carried the weight of the world's oldest stories. Nature was alive here, a powerful force intertwined with the very fabric of existence, and it was within this realm that Norse magic found its roots. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the landscape, it became clear that nature was more than just a backdrop. It was a living, breathing entity that played a crucial role in the practices of the Norse. The earth itself pulsed with energy, and those attuned to its rhythms could harness this power. The mountains, rivers, and forests were not merely physical manifestations. They were sacred, each element brimming with its own spirit and story. The Norse believed that every tree, every stone, and every stream held wisdom. The sacred Yggdrasil, the world tree, stood as the axis of their universe, connecting the realms of gods and men. Its roots delved deep into the earth, intertwining with the lives of all beings, while its branches reached toward the heavens, a constant reminder of the interdependence of all things. To the Norse, nature was the ultimate teacher, and those who sought to practice magic understood that they could not simply impose their will upon it. They had to listen, learn, and respect its ancient ways. In a clearing, a group of practitioners gathered, their breath forming clouds in the crisp air. They wore simple tunics adorned with symbols of the ancients, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a fire. Here, amidst the crackling of flames and the murmurs of incantations, one could feel the energy around them shift and swirl. They called upon the spirits of the forest, the guardians of the earth. Each whisper into the wind was a plea for guidance, for strength, for connection to the very essence of the world that cradled them. A young woman stepped forward, her heart pounding with anticipation. She was clutching a small pouch filled with herbs and stones gathered from her travels. Each element contained within it the heartbeat of the earth: sage for purification, amethyst for protection, and garlic for strength. This was not mere superstition. These were the teachings passed down through generations, the wisdom of the land etched into her very soul. As she cast her gaze toward the towering trees, she felt their energy coursing through her, a pulse that echoed with the rhythm of life itself. The air thickened with anticipation as she prepared to invoke the spirits. She closed her eyes and focused, allowing the world around her to fade away. The rustling leaves turned into a symphony as she spoke the ancient words, her voice rising above the crackle of the fire. The wind picked up, swirling around her like a dance partner, and she could almost hear the murmurs of the forest responding to her call. Every creature, every grain of sand seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the magic to unfold. Suddenly, a crack of thunder rolled across the sky, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The trees swayed violently as if agitated by an unseen force. The practitioners exchanged nervous glances, their hearts racing. Nature was speaking, and it was not always a gentle whisper. It was a wild storm of emotions, a reminder that while they sought to wield its power, they were but guests in its realm. The sky darkened ominously, a tempest brewing on the horizon, and the young woman's voice trembled as she continued to call upon the spirits. It was a test of her resolve, an invitation to engage with the raw, untamed energy of the world around her. As the rain began to fall, the ground soaked up the droplets greedily, the scent of earth rising to greet them. Lightning illuminated the darkening sky, casting ghostly shadows of the trees upon the ground, a dance of light and dark, chaos and calm. The practitioners stood firm, their spirits lifted by the storm's ferocity. This was not just magic. This was a communion with nature, an understanding that it could be both nurturing and destructive. The essence of the forest seeped into them, and they felt their souls intertwined with the wildness that surrounded them. The storm raged on, but within the eye of the tempest there was stillness. The young woman felt a surge of energy, a connection so profound that it brought tears to her eyes. She was not alone. She was part of something greater, a thread woven into the very tapestry of existence. The spirits of the earth, the trees, the animals, and even the elements embraced her, a powerful reminder that magic was not something to be controlled, but a force to be revered. As the thunder rolled into the distance, the storm began to calm, leaving behind a hush that enveloped the clearing. The air was fresh and alive, filled with the promise of renewal. They could feel the transformation in their hearts, a fire ignited within them, fueled by the understanding that their magic was rooted in the natural world. Each of them was a guardian of this ancient knowledge, intertwined with the land they called home. The scene shifted as twilight descended, casting a silvery glow over the forest. They gathered around the now smoldering fire, sharing their experiences and visions from the storm. Their voices mingled, filled with excitement and reverence, each tale a thread in the fabric of their shared existence. Nature had not just been a backdrop, it had been a participant in their magic, a force that shaped their destinies. In that moment, they understood that their connection to nature was more than a practice. It was a way of life. The forest, the mountains, the rivers, they were all alive, and through them, they could tap into a wellspring of wisdom that transcended time. The air crackled with potential, and as the last embers of the fire flickered, the promise of what was to come pulsed just beneath the surface, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. The night held its breath, filled with magic and mystery, as the moon cast its watchful gaze over the ancient land. Nature was not just a stage for their rituals, it was the very essence of their existence, and the story of their magic was only beginning to unfold. The wind howled through the narrow valleys, carrying with it whispers of ancient knowledge and forgotten rituals. In the stillness of the Arctic night, under a blanket of shimmering northern lights, a figure moved gracefully across the snow, the soft crunch of footsteps echoing in the silence. This was no ordinary night. It was a sacred time when the boundary between worlds blurred. For the Sami, this was a moment where the past and present intertwined, where shamanic traditions pulsed with life. The Sami people, indigenous to the cold, rugged landscapes of northern Europe, held close the beliefs of their ancestors, woven into the fabric of their everyday lives. Shamanism played a vital role in shaping their identity, a tapestry rich with rituals that connected them to the spirits of nature, ancestors, and the unknown. The shaman, or Noidi, was more than a leader. He was a bridge between the earthly realm and the spirit world, a mediator who harnessed the forces of the universe to bring healing and guidance to his people. Shamans donned garments adorned with vibrant colors and intricate patterns, each stitch telling a story of lineage and power. The drum, a sacred instrument, pulsed like a heartbeat, echoing through the icy air as the Noedi entered a trance, eyes closed, body swaying. With every beat, the shaman would journey into the spirit world, seeking wisdom from ancestral spirits and the guardians of nature. The Sami believed that the land itself was alive, with spirits residing in the mountains, rivers, and forests. Each element held significance. The sun brought warmth and growth, while the moon governed the tides and emotions. The stories of these journeys were not just tales. They were lifelines, binding the community together through shared experiences. In times of sickness or hardship, the Noidi would lead the people in rituals, invoking the spirits for healing, protection, and prosperity. The air crackled with energy as the shaman's voice rose and fell in chants, weaving a spell that enveloped the gathering in a warm embrace. The flickering flames of the sacred fire danced in tandem, casting shadows that seemed to come alive with every word spoken. But the influence of Sami shamanism extended beyond mere rituals. It shaped their worldview, their approach to nature, and their understanding of life itself. The Sami saw themselves as caretakers of the earth, living in harmony with the land. They practiced reindeer herding, an ancient tradition that relied heavily on their deep connection to the environment. Each herd was not merely a source of food, but a sacred bond, a relationship nurtured through respect and reverence. As the seasons changed, so did the rituals. Spring welcomed the return of life, celebrated with dances and songs that echoed through the valleys. Summer was a time of abundance, when the Sami gathered berries and fish, giving thanks to the spirits for their bounty. Autumn signaled the time for preparation, a moment to reflect on the year gone by, while winter brought solitude and introspection. The long nights perfect for storytelling and sharing wisdom passed down through generations. Yet, the influence of Sami shamanism faced challenges. As the world outside their frozen lands encroached, the traditional ways of life began to erode. Christian missionaries, with their new beliefs and harsh doctrines, viewed the Sami's spiritual practices as primitive, seeking to replace their sacred rituals with foreign teachings. Villages were torn apart, families divided, and the ancient knowledge that had been passed down through countless generations teetered on the brink of extinction. In those turbulent times, the Sami people clung fiercely to their heritage, using storytelling as a form of resistance. Elders became the guardians of tradition, recounting tales of the Noidi who had the power to heal the sick or summon the spirits to safeguard their villages. These stories spread like wildfire, igniting a flame of hope among the young, who yearned to reclaim their identity. The songs of the past became anthems for the present, a powerful reminder of who they were and where they came from. When the northern lights graced the sky, illuminating the dark expanse above, the Sami gathered to celebrate their connection to the cosmos. The shimmering colors were not just a visual spectacle. They were the breath of their ancestors, guiding them through the long winter nights. Each flicker was a reminder that they were never alone, that the spirits of their forebears watched over them, urging them to forge ahead. As the 20th century rolled in, a resurgence of interest in Sami culture sparked a new wave of shamanism. It became a symbol of resistance, a form of reclaiming lost identities in a rapidly changing world. Young Sami began to study their heritage, embracing the teachings of the Noidi, learning the art of drumming and chanting, and immersing themselves in the ancient wisdom that had once been silenced. The spiritual practices that had survived the trials of time began to flourish again, echoing through the valleys of Lapland like a heartbeat. The air crackled with tension as new generations revived the ancient crafts, gathering in circles to share knowledge and rituals. The drums resounded, a call to the spirits that resonated through the hearts of the people. They danced under the stars, each movement a tribute to the lineage that had shaped them, each note of their voices a testament to their resilience. As the flames of the sacred fire flickered, the stories of the Noidi intertwined with the hopes and dreams of the Sami today. A young woman, her eyes bright with determination, stepped forward to share her vision for the future, drawing upon the wisdom of her ancestors. Her words flowed like the rivers that carved through the land, painting a picture of unity and strength. The community listened, rapt in attention, as the shamanic influence breathed new life into their spirits, echoing the age-old belief that they were intertwined with all living things. In the distance, the wind carried a gentle sigh, as if the earth itself was listening. The Sami people understood that their journey was far from over, that the threads of shamanism would continue to weave through their lives, binding them to the land and to each other. The call of the spirits resonated within them, a melody that would never fade. And beneath the ever-watchful northern lights, the Sami stood together, united in their belief that the past was not just a memory, but a living force that would guide them forward. In the flickering light of a dying fire, shadows danced along the walls of a small, time-worn cabin. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, carrying whispers of old tales. Within, a scholar hunched over a worn manuscript, fingers trembling with anticipation as they traced the elegant curves and sharp lines of ancient runes. Each symbol pulsed with a life of its own, echoing stories of long-lost civilizations, wisdom, and magic. The air crackled with energy, a promise of revelations waiting to unfold. Runes, etched into stone and wood, were more than mere letters. They were the breath of the gods, the voice of nature, and the language of the cosmos. The very essence of existence seemed to flow through them. Each character held the weight of history, a bridge between the past and the present, connecting the living with the spirits of their ancestors. Scholars and mystics alike had long pondered the theoretical foundations of these symbols, searching for a deeper meaning hidden within their strokes. As the scholar flipped the page, a breathtaking realization gripped their heart. These runes were not simply tools for communication, but vessels of power. They carried with them a unique energy, a force that could influence the world around them. The Elder Futhark, the oldest runic alphabet, contained symbols that were steeped in the natural world. Each rune encapsulated a concept, a force of nature, a moment frozen in time. The scholar felt a shiver run down their spine, knowing they were on the brink of something monumental. The first rune, Fehu, represented wealth and prosperity, but it also hinted at the transient nature of material possessions. The scholar imagined the ancient Norsemen who had carved this rune, their hopes and dreams tied to the bounty of the land. What dreams had they whispered into the night as they etched this symbol, yearning for fortune and abundance? Each stroke was a prayer, a plea for fortune's favor, echoing through the ages. Next, the rune Urus embodied strength and vitality. It spoke of the wild, untamed forces of nature, evoking the image of a powerful aurochs charging through the forests. The scholar could almost hear the thunder of its hooves, the heartbeat of the earth resonating in sync with the rhythm of life. Urus was more than a symbol. It was a call to harness inner strength, a reminder that beneath the surface of civilization lay the raw power of existence. As the scholar continued reading, the rune Thurisaz leaped off the page, breathing a storm of emotions into the room. Thurisaz, the thorn, was a double-edged sword. It represented conflict and protection, the struggle that lay within every heart and every battle fought. The scholar's mind raced with images of warriors standing tall against the chaos of the world, their courage interwoven with the destiny of their people. With every cut of the blade, every clash of shields, the past came alive, urging them to recognize the duality of existence, creation and destruction, love and hate, light and shadow. The scholar's heart quickened as they approached the rune Ansus, a symbol of communication and divine inspiration. It was the breath of Odin himself, the whisper of wisdom passed down through generations. Here lay the essence of storytelling, the power to connect souls through words and shared experience. The scholar could feel the weight of tradition pressing down, the responsibility of preserving history and passing it on to the next generation. The fire crackled, as if echoing the urgency of those thoughts. Perthro, the rune of chance and fate, brought a wave of uncertainty. It captured the essence of life's unpredictability, the role of the dice that determined one's path. The scholar could almost see the shadows of fate playing out in front of them, the delicate dance of choice and consequence. Was this not the very heartbeat of existence? Each decision, each rune cast upon the earth reverberated through time, shaping destinies in unseen ways. Then came Iwaz, the yew tree, symbolizing resilience and the intertwining of life and death. The scholar felt a chill as they imagined the ancient yew trees standing guard over burial sites, their roots entwined with the legacy of those who had come before. Awaz held the wisdom of transformation, the cyclical nature of existence, and the understanding that death was but a doorway to new beginnings. The shadows in the room seemed to sway with the weight of this knowledge, a tangible reminder of the interconnected web of life. Tiwaz, the warrior's rune, surged with inspiration. It was a testament to honor, justice, and the spirit of sacrifice. The scholar felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, imagining the faces of those who had fought for their beliefs, who stood valiantly against the tides of oppression. The echoes of their voices rang loud and clear, a reminder that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to embrace it, to fight for what was right. As the manuscript unfolded further, the rune dagas glimmered with the promise of dawn. Hope and enlightenment poured forth from its edges, illuminating the darkness that often cloaked the hearts of humanity. The scholar felt a sense of peace wash over them, an understanding that every night would eventually yield to day, that every struggle would give way to triumph. The fire flickered, casting warm light in the cold room, a beacon of hope amidst the shadows. But the deeper they delved into the runes, the more questions surfaced like restless spirits seeking clarity. What hidden meanings lay beneath the surface of these ancient symbols? What secrets of the universe awaited those brave enough to confront them? The scholar's heart raced with the thrill of the unknown, a pulse echoing in time with the rhythm of history. These runes were much more than symbols. They were keys to understanding the human experience, reflections of the dreams, fears, and aspirations that bound people across time and space. Each line and curve held the echoes of lives lived, of stories woven into the very fabric of existence. The weight of that knowledge pressed down on the scholar, a mixture of awe and responsibility swirling in their chest as the fire crackled, the wind howled, and the realm of possibility stretched out before them like an endless horizon. And so, as the scholar continued to read, the lines between history and emotion blurred. The runes whispered their stories, beckoning with a siren's call, an entanglement of past and present, of hope and despair, of life and death. Each moment felt charged with energy, as if the very essence of creation surged through the runes, waiting for someone brave enough to listen, to understand, and to carry the wisdom forward into the future. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the ancient walls, where symbols carved in stone whispered stories of a time long forgotten. Each rune, etched with care and purpose, held a power that resonated through the ages. There was an electric energy in the air, a pulse that hinted at the magic woven into the very fabric of these symbols. They were not mere drawings. They were conduits of strength, protection, and fate. In ancient times, tribes roamed the rugged landscapes of northern Europe, guided by their beliefs in the power of these strange symbols. The bold lines and sharp angles of the runes were not just letters. They were the embodiment of the earth's energy, offering warriors strength before battle and solace to those seeking refuge from life's storms. Every stroke carried the weight of countless stories, each rune a shield against the chaos of the world. A runestone stood resolute in the clearing, its surface weathered and cracked, but still vibrant with meaning. The wind rustled through the trees, as if the very spirits of the forest were whispering secrets into the night. This stone was a guardian, a testament to the power of the people who once gathered around it, their hearts beating in rhythm with the language of the runes. They believed these symbols could influence fate, drawing blessings or curses into their lives. One cold winter's night, a warrior named Eric approached the stone, his breath visible in the frigid air. He had heard tales of the runes. Stories passed down through generations, each one hinting at the magic that lingered within their curves and lines. Eric was preparing for battle, driven by honor and the desire to protect his kin. With trembling fingers, he traced the shape of the rune known as Tiwaz, the symbol of victory. It was said that invoking this rune would guide him toward triumph, but it also demanded sacrifice, a price for power that weighed heavy on his heart. As he carved the rune into the wood of his shield, Eric felt a surge of energy, a strange warmth spreading through his limbs. It was as if the essence of the rune coursed through his veins, empowering him with the hopes and dreams of his people. But beneath that exhilaration, a thread of fear began to weave itself through his thoughts. What price would he pay for this strength? Would the runes demand a sacrifice he was unwilling to make? The night wore on, and the campfire crackled, its glow illuminating the faces of his comrades. They shared stories, laughter mingling with the smoke, but Eric remained distant, his mind tangled in the web of his own doubts. The runes were more than symbols. They were alive, breathing with the energy of those who had come before. Each mark held the weight of destinies intertwined, a reminder that power came with responsibility. In the distance, the howling wind carried a different sound. The distant clash of swords, the cries of men, and the thunder of hooves. Eric's heart raced, the call of duty pulling him from the warmth of the fire into the chilling grip of the night. He fastened the shield adorned with the Tiwaz rune to his arm, feeling the weight of the world settle upon his shoulders. As the battle commenced, chaos enveloped him, a swirling storm of steel and fury. Eric shouted to rally his comrades, the rune pulsing with each beat of his heart. The clash of swords rang in his ears, but he felt an unshakable sense of purpose. With every strike he called upon the power of the runes, feeling an ethereal connection to his ancestors who had faced similar trials. Yet, amid the chaos, a shadow loomed at the edge of his vision. A figure shrouded in darkness approached, wielding a weapon adorned with a rune of destruction. Eric's breath caught in his throat as he recognized the symbol. It was Hagalaz, a rune associated with chaos and disruption. This was no ordinary foe. This enemy had harnessed the power of the runes for nefarious purposes, twisting their essence into something dark and vile. In that moment, time suspended itself. Eric's mind raced, recalling the teachings of the elders. The runes were not just tools, they were choices, reflections of the heart's intent. With a surge of determination, Eric called upon another rune, Algiz, the symbol of protection. He raised his shield, adorned with Tiwaz, and felt an invisible barrier form around him, a protective aura created by the very essence of the runes he had invoked. The clash erupted around him, light and dark battling for supremacy. Eric could feel the power of the runes swirling in the air, a living tapestry of fate and intention. He moved with a new awareness, each strike guided by the whispers of the past. With every swing of his sword, he fought not just for victory, but for the honor of the runes themselves. As the dust began to settle and the echoes of battle faded into the night, Eric stood amidst the remnants of conflict, his heart pounding with a mixture of triumph and dread. The power of the runes had surged through him, but what cost would come next? The air, thick with the remnants of war, held an unsettling promise. The runes had granted him strength, but they demanded respect, a reminder that the line between power and chaos was thin, easily crossed. His journey was far from over. The secrets of the runes lay deeper than he had imagined, their symbols intertwining with destiny itself. Eric felt the weight of his choices pressing upon him as he looked into the horizon, where the sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the aftermath of the night. The runes were alive, yearning for understanding, begging to be honored in a world that constantly shifted between light and dark, and as he took a step forward, the whispers of the runes echoed in his ears, urging him to seek out the mysteries that lay ahead, an adventure steeped in power, protection, and the unyielding bonds of fate. Under the cloak of a midnight sky, where the northern lights danced like spirits unleashed, ancient whispers threaded through the air, evoking shivers down the spines of all who dared to listen. The world was alive with the echoes of gods and giants, the very fabric of existence woven with threads of enchantment and mystery. In this mesmerizing landscape, Norse magic flickered like firelight, illuminating the shadows of history, casting shapes of beings long gone but never forgotten. In the frigid winds of Scandinavia, tales of sorcery and sorcerers drifted like snowflakes, delicate yet powerful. The first practitioners of these ancient arts were the vulvas, wise women who held the keys to wisdom and transformation. With their powerful chants and cryptic symbols, they conjured visions of the past, present, and future, establishing connections with the unseen. Their journeys took them into realms unknown, slipping between veils as they spoke with the spirits of the dead and called upon the ancient gods. A shiver ran through the forest whenever they invoked the names of Odin, Freyja, and Loki, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves echoing through the ages. But the magic wasn't just a whispering secret, it pulsed in the blood of the people, a living force that shaped destinies. The runes, carved into wood and stone, held secrets that could unlock the universe itself. Each letter was a symbol of power, a gateway to understanding the world and oneself. They believed that the very act of carving them was a spell, a way to channel energy and bend fate to one's will. It was said that to speak the runes was to summon the very essence of magic, a promise that anything was possible, if only one had the courage to grasp it. In the flickering light of a fire, the tales unfolded. Children huddled close, eyes wide as their elders recounted the story of Mjolnir, Thor's mighty hammer. Forged in the heart of a dying star, this weapon was not just a tool of destruction, it was a symbol of protection and strength, a conduit for the magic that flowed through the realm of Midgard. As the flames danced, the children imagined the thunder god wielding it, his laughter echoing across the mountains, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was always a flicker of hope. But magic was not without its shadows. The stories of woe were equally compelling. The tale of the witch who dared to challenge the gods, seeking knowledge that was never meant for mortals. She was a figure of both fear and respect, for in her quest for power, she had tasted the bitterness of hubris. The frost clung to the air as her tale unfolded, a reminder of the thin line between reverence and recklessness. As the night deepened, the fire crackled ominously, hinting at the dangers that lay within the mysteries they revered. Saga, the goddess of history and storytelling, sat at the edge of the realm, weaving the threads of fate. She understood the weight of memory, the importance of preserving the tales that had shaped their world. Her presence was felt in the sigh of the winds, in the rustle of leaves as if they carried her voice, reminding all that the past was never truly gone. Each story told around the fire was a spell cast to ensure that the magic of their ancestors would never fade. The shadows danced along with the firelight, as if the spirits themselves were listening, waiting for their stories to be told again. The night sky was vast, filled with stars that twinkled like the eyes of the gods. Each star held a story, a piece of the grand tapestry of existence. The Norse believed that the constellations were the manifestations of their deities, watching over them, guiding their paths. The connection between the earth and the cosmos was palpable, a reminder that the magic of their world was intertwined with the universe itself. As they looked up, hearts racing, they felt a kinship with the cosmos, a sense that they were part of something much larger than themselves. Yet, lurking in every shadow, there were tales of betrayal and darkness. The stories of Loki, the trickster god, sent shivers down spines, as his cunning ways and clever disguises often led to chaos. He was a reflection of the duality of magic, creation and destruction, laughter and tears. His laughter echoed through the halls of Valhalla, a reminder that the unpredictable nature of magic could bring both joy and sorrow. As the fire crackled, the air grew tense, the children's eyes darting toward the darkness, knowing that magic was not just about wonder, but also about the unknown. The power of magic extended beyond the gods and the vulvas. It pulsed through the very land, the mountains and rivers, steeped in ancient lore. Each stone held a history, a memory that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth. The tales of trolls and elves who roamed the forests, guardians of the ancient rituals, sent chills through those who dared to tread upon sacred ground. Some believed that the earth itself spoke, that one could hear its voice if they listened closely enough. The stories intertwined with the landscape, each hill and valley a chapter in the never-ending saga of existence. As dawn began to gild the sky with soft hues of orange and pink, the fire flickered one last time. The warmth of the flames mirrored the heartbeats of those gathered, entwined with the pulse of ancient magic. They knew that the night had not fully revealed its secrets, that the stories would continue to echo through time, waiting to be told anew. The magic that coursed through their veins was a living thing, a reminder that even in the harshest of winters, spring would always find a way to bloom. In the silence that followed, an understanding settled over the gathering, a promise that the roots of their magic would not be forgotten. The stories, both sacred and profane, would pass from generation to generation, a thread that connected the past with the present, forever fueling the fires of their imagination. The air thrummed with the energy of their dreams, with the hope that magic, in all its forms, would continue to weave its way through their lives, inscribed in their hearts and etched into their very souls. The air was thick with anticipation as the villagers gathered around the flickering fire, shadows dancing on their faces as they listened intently to a tale spun by the elder, a man whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. His voice, a low rumble, spoke of wyrd, a force that whispered through the ancient trees and echoed in the mountains, weaving its invisible strands through the lives of every soul present. Each word hung in the air, heavy with the weight of fate and destiny, making hearts race and minds whirl. Wyrd, a word steeped in mystery, held a power that was both terrifying and beautiful. It was the unseen force that shaped lives and determined the course of destiny. The villagers leaned in closer, their breaths held in unison, as the elder recounted the tale of a young warrior named Eirik, who lived centuries ago. Eirik, driven by honor and ambition, was destined for greatness. Yet, as the elder spoke, a shiver ran down the spines of the listeners. They could almost feel the heavy hand of wyrd circling like a storm cloud above Eirik's fate. With every step Eirik took toward glory, he felt the pull of something greater than himself. It was as if the stars had aligned for him, yet the elder's voice carried a note of warning. Wyrd was not a path to be walked lightly. It was a tapestry woven with intricate threads of choice, consequence, and chance. Eirik, with his broad shoulders and fierce determination, believed he could forge his own destiny, but wyrd had a way of laughing at such arrogance. As Eirik prepared for battle, the elder spoke of the fateful encounter that would change everything. A dark figure emerged from the shadows, a rival cloaked in malice whose ambitions mirrored Eirik's own but were driven by jealousy. This was not merely a clash of swords, it was a confrontation of wills, a wrestling match with fate itself. The villagers felt their hearts pound, the tension building as the elder described how Eirik, brimming with confidence, stepped onto the field. The clash of metal rang like a bell, echoing the sound of destiny in their ears. But wyrd, ever watchful, had woven uncertainty into the fabric of that day. For as Eirik fought valiantly, the elder recounted a moment that would send chills rippling through the audience. A flicker of doubt crossed Eirik's mind, a single hesitation that had fateful consequences. In that instant, wyrd shifted, and the outcome of the battle hung precariously in the balance. The rival's blade found its mark, and Eirik fell, not just to the ground, but into the depths of what might have been. Gasps filled the air, and the fire crackled ominously, as if acknowledging the weight of their own destinies. The villagers felt a collective shudder. They too were enmeshed in the web of wyrd. They whispered among themselves, pondering their own fates as the elder's tale unfolded. How many choices had they made that led them to this very moment? How many whispers of wyrd had they ignored? The questions hung like mist, blurring the lines between past and future, between fate and free will. The elder's voice took on a solemn tone as he spoke of Eirik's final moments. Even as he lay wounded, the warrior realized that Wyrd was not just a passive observer. It was the very essence of existence, the force that intertwined their lives. With each breath, Eirik whispered words of acceptance, understanding that his fate was not merely a result of his own actions, but a larger design, filled with the hopes and dreams of those who came before him. He felt their spirits, urging him onward, reminding him that every choice rippled through time, creating echoes that would resonate long after he was gone. The fire flickered and dimmed as the elder paused, the weight of his words resting heavily on the villagers. They looked into the flames, their thoughts swirling like the smoke rising into the night sky. Wyrd was both a comfort and a terror, an intricate dance between what was meant to be and what could have been. They felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand up, the realization settling in. They too were players on a stage crafted by unseen hands, actors in a script written by fate. Just as the tension in the air seemed unbearable, the elder's voice rose once more, vibrant with energy. He revealed that Wyrd did not merely bind individuals to their fates, it also offered glimpses of potential. The villagers listened, enraptured as he spoke of the signs that guided Eirik through his life, the dreams that danced just beyond his reach, the omens that whispered warnings in the dark. Each choice shaped his destiny, but every choice also carried hints of possibility. Emotions swelled within the crowd, each person grappling with their own decisions, their own paths. One young woman, with tears glistening in her eyes, thought of her own dreams of becoming a healer, torn between familial expectations and personal desires. A boy clutched his mother's hand, his heart racing as he contemplated the choices that lay ahead of him, wondering if Wyrd would steer him toward greatness or darkness. The elder, sensing the weight of these emotions, leaned closer to the fire, his voice falling to a whisper. He spoke of the resilience found within the human spirit, the way individuals could challenge Wyrd, pushing back against the tide of destiny. He told stories of those who had defied the odds, who had taken bold steps to shape their own fates. The villagers felt a flicker of hope. It was a spark igniting within their hearts, promising that while Wyrd was powerful, they too held a piece of that power. As the fire crackled, a sense of urgency enveloped the gathering. They could not escape the shadows of Wyrd that loomed over their lives, but they could embrace their choices, confront their fears, and carve out their destinies with both courage and grace. Hearts raced and eyes gleamed with determination as the elder's voice rose in intensity, echoing the invisible threads of fate that intertwined their lives. The night air buzzed with the energy of possibility, wrapping around each villager like a cloak of shared purpose. They were not mere puppets in the hands of Wyrd. They were the authors of their stories, each choice a quill that could write a new chapter. And as the fire dwindled to embers, the elder's final words hung in the air like a promise, an invitation to heed the whispers of fate, to dance on the edge of destiny, and to remember that every moment was a gift, a chance to shape their own Wyrd. With hearts ablaze, the villagers looked up at the stars, ready to meet whatever fate awaited them, eager to step boldly into the night, where Wyrd awaited with open arms, ready to reveal the next chapter of their saga. Beneath the chilling gaze of the northern lights, in the frigid expanse of ancient Scandinavia, 3 figures stood shrouded in mystery. They were the Norns, ethereal beings weaving the very fabric of destiny. With fingers nimble as the wind, they twirled strands of fate, some shimmering with promise, others darkened by despair. Each thread reflected a life, a moment, a choice made or unmade, and the weight of their task hung heavy in the air. The eldest, Wyrd, her hair white as snow, knelt beside a gnarled tree, whispering to the roots that clung to the earth like the hopes of a newborn. Time was her domain, and she understood its relentless march. She saw the lives of mortals stretch out before her, joy, sorrow, triumph, and defeat, all woven into the tapestry of existence. As her hands moved, the threads sparkled like stars in a midnight sky, each representing a soul intertwined with another. Beside her stood Verdandi, the embodiment of the present. She was vibrant, her hair a cascade of autumn leaves, and her eyes glistened with the fire of life. In her hands, the threads shimmered with vibrant colors, pulsating with energy and emotion. Each twist and turn she made brought forth the pulse of the now. You could feel her joy in the laughter of children, the sweetness of love blooming, and the bitter sting of betrayal. But she also felt the ache of the world, the struggles of those who walked beneath the same sky. At the far edge of the fate-weaving trio loomed Skuld, the harbinger of the future. Dark and enigmatic, she wore a cloak of shadows that fluttered like whispers in the wind. Her fingers danced among the threads, each flick revealing glimpses of what was yet to come. Though most futures sparkled with hope, others twisted into dark paths that sent shivers through the hearts of men. Skuld's visions were not to be taken lightly. They could ignite courage or birth despair. As they worked, the air crackled with tension. The ground beneath them was alive with the stories of countless lives, a symphony of hopes and dreams, fears and failures. Each pull of a thread caused ripples in the lives of warriors, farmers, and kings alike. The Norns were not just watching the tapestry of life, they were shaping it with every breath, every heartbeat. One chilly evening, a ripple of anxiety swept through the air. A young warrior named Sigurd, standing at the edge of a dark forest, felt the weight of his own destiny pressing upon him. He was torn between the call of adventure and the bonds of loyalty that held him back. In that moment of uncertainty, he thought of the Norns. Legends told of their ability to alter fate, to grant a glimpse of the future, and he yearned for their guidance. Little did he know, the Norns felt his turmoil. Urd, with her wisdom, foresaw a path that could lead Sigurd to greatness, but it was fraught with peril. Verdandi, sensing his inner conflict, felt a surge of emotion that mirrored his own, a desire to choose, to live boldly. Skuld, however, saw the shadow that loomed over his choice. A dark fate awaited him if he took the wrong path, one that could engulf not just him, but those he loved. As Sigurd stepped deeper into the forest, the shadows twisted and distorted, whispering secrets that chilled him to the bone. He was unaware, but the Norns were weaving, each choice he made sending ripples through their sacred tapestry. What would happen if he turned back, or if he pressed on? The threads trembled, echoing his hesitation, the weight of his heart reflected in Urd's furrowed brow. The fates of many were at stake, but it was Sigurd's resolve that would tip the balance. The forest around him grew thick and suffocating, the air heavy with anticipation. He was teetering on the edge of a precipice, where every decision could ripple through time like a stone cast into a still pond. The Norns, watching intently, felt the urgency of the moment. Then a deep growl broke the silence. A creature of nightmares, a beast born of shadow and rage, emerged from the depths of the forest. Sigurd's heart raced as he faced the embodiment of doubt, a manifestation of the very fears that plagued him. The Norns instinctively tightened their grip on the threads, their hearts racing in unison with his. In that moment of confrontation, something extraordinary happened. Sigurd, fueled by the courage that surged from within, took a step forward. The ground beneath him vibrated with the energy of choice. In that heartbeat, Urd whispered to the roots of fate, urging him to remember who he was. Verdandi felt the flame of his spirit ignite, and Skuld, with narrowed eyes, peered into the shadows of what could be. Time slowed as the beast lunged. Sigurd, his heart pounding like a war drum, felt the weight of his ancestors' hopes upon him. Would he rise as a hero, or would he fall into the abyss? The threads spun faster, creating a whirlwind of fate, a tapestry woven with the essence of every moment, every soul that had come before him. The Norns held their breath, their eyes locked onto the young warrior. In that instant, the air shimmered with the vibrancy of a possibility. The threads intertwined and surged, wrapping around Sigurd like a second skin. A choice was made. The beast recoiled as power surged through him, igniting a fire that radiated with the strength of 1,000 warriors. His voice echoed against the trees. A battle cry that resonated through the very fabric of fate, and thus the tapestry continued to evolve as the Norns wove their threads with both caution and fervor. The fate of Sigurd was now entangled with the lives of many, and as night deepened, the stories whispered in the dark, waiting to unfold. Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of what was yet to come, a story unraveling in the shadow of the Norns, where every choice creates a new path. The Norns smiled softly, their work never done, the wheel of fate ever turning as they reached for threads unseen, waiting to weave the next chapter in the lives of mortals. A chill lingered in the air, electric and heavy, as the moon hung like a watchful eye above the ancient forest. Shadows danced between the trees, whispering secrets of old. Here, among the gnarled roots and thick underbrush, the echoes of Norse magic thrummed, waiting for the brave or the foolhardy to tap into its depths. Seiðr, they called it, a craft that spun the very threads of fate and reality, entwining the lives of gods and men alike. In a clearing, a woman with wild hair, glistening like spun silver, prepared for the ritual. Her name was Astrid, and she bore the weight of generations in her gaze. Wisps of smoke curled from the altar, a crude stone slab adorned with animal bones and offerings of herbs, a testament to the power she sought to wield. The air crackled with energy, and even the animals knew to stay away, as if sensing the gravity of what was about to unfold. Astrid's heart pounded with both fear and exhilaration. Seiðr was not just a practice, it was a doorway to the unknown. With each chant, she called upon the spirits, the Norns who wove the fate of all beings. She could feel their presence like a distant storm, their whispers brushing against her skin, urging her to tread carefully. The line between the seen and the unseen blurred, and for a moment she hesitated, pondering the consequences of reaching too far, but her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden gust of wind, swirling leaves into a whirlwind around her. It was a sign. Her call had been answered. The energy in the air intensified as if the forest itself held its breath. She dipped her fingers into the sacred herbs, letting the earthy scent fill her lungs, grounding her in the moment. This was her right, her calling, the legacy of the wise women who came before her. As she began to chant, the words flowed from her lips in a rich melodic cadence, ancient and powerful. Each syllable resonated with the rhythm of the world, tapping into the very essence of nature. Flames flickered at the edges of her vision, and the shadows around her began to shift, forming shapes that seemed to pulse with life. Her voice rose and fell, a haunting melody that echoed among the trees, pulling at the fabric of reality. In the depths of her trance, visions swirled, images of battles long forgotten, of gods who laughed and wept, of destinies entwined. A tapestry unfolded before her, threads of fate weaving in and out, reminding her that every choice rippled through time. The power of seiðr was intoxicating, a heady blend of fear and awe, as she caught glimpses of futures that might be. But with great power came great danger. Astrid felt the weight of the spirit's gaze upon her. They were not simply guides, they were protectors of the veil, and she had encroached upon their sacred ground. A sudden chill swept through the clearing, an icy finger tracing down her spine. She sensed a presence lurking at the edge, a shadow darker than night itself. Panic surged within her, threatening to shatter her concentration. With a swift motion, she reached for her protective talisman, a stone carved with ancient runes. It pulsed in her hand, a reminder of her strength. The words she spoke shifted, becoming an invocation of protection, even as she summoned the visions that danced tantalizingly close. The spirits stirred restlessly, their whispers turning sharp, almost accusatory. Astrid had dared to call them forth, to undress the layers of fate, and they did not take kindly to such boldness. As the shadows thickened, the air shimmered with tension. Astrid could feel the weight of their scrutiny, the anticipation of the unknown looming over her like a storm cloud. Yet something deeper within her stirred, a calling to push forward, to confront the very essence of her being. She could sense the mingling of past, present, and future, where the lines blurred and all was possible. Her voice grew louder, more defiant, as she chanted with fervor. The ground beneath her trembled, and the spirits responded, revealing glimpses of lost souls and forgotten tales. She saw herself in a time before, where the moonlight cast silver shadows on her ancestors, women who danced under the same sky, weaving fate with their words. Their strength surged through her, igniting a fire that banished the encroaching darkness. The clearing pulsed with life, a heartbeat that resonated with her own. Time seemed to stretch and warp, each moment suspended in an eternal now. The thrill of possibility ignited her senses. Visions of love, loss, and triumph flooded her mind. She saw the bonds that tied her to the universe, a beautiful chaos that spun around her like a tempest. But the shadows loomed closer, and the spirits' voices grew louder, an echoing chorus of warning. Astrid felt the danger, a palpable force that threatened to engulf her. The energy shifted again, twisting into something darker, a reminder that not all spirits welcomed a breach between their world and hers. Fear clawed at her heart, but within that fear was a fierce determination. With a surge of will, she cast her voice higher, calling upon the deepest magic she knew. She invoked the names of her ancestors, a lineage of powerful women who had wielded seiðr before her. Their strength flowed through her, an unbreakable thread binding her to the past. The shadows shrieked in protest, swirling around her like a tempest, but she stood firm, the fire within her igniting the night. As the world spun around her, the clearing transformed into a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, weaving a tale only the brave would dare to embrace. In that moment, Astrid understood that seiðr was not merely sorcery, it was a bridge, a connection to all that had come before and all that would follow. Each word she uttered was a thread, pulling her deeper into the heart of the unknown, where time lost its grip and destiny awaited. And just as she felt herself crossing that threshold, the shadows surged forth, a force of chaos and power that threatened to consume her whole. The very fabric of reality trembled at her feet, and she was caught in the dance of creation and destruction, a moment suspended in time, where fate itself hung in the balance. The night held its breath, and as the winds howled around her, the dance of seiðr reached a crescendo. Astrid was no longer just a seeker of knowledge. She had become a part of the magic, a vessel of the stories waiting to be written. What lay beyond the veil would reveal itself, but only if she dared to take the leap into the unknown, where every heartbeat echoed with the promise of what was yet to come. In a dimly lit hall, shadows flickered like restless spirits, and the air was thick with the scent of incense and anticipation. A gathering of the Norse people, draped in furs and leather, whispered in tight circles, their eyes shimmering with a mixture of fear and reverence. At the center stood a woman, her voice soft yet powerful, calling upon ancient powers that had been both revered and scorned throughout the ages. She was a vulva, a seer, but to many she was just a woman, an existence that carried both weight and lightness in this world of gods and warriors. In the world of Norse magic, the lines between gender were stark and yet intricately woven. Men were warriors, farmers, and builders, their identities tied tightly to the axes they swung and the ships they sailed. Women, however, had a different kind of strength, one that brewed under the surface, unseen yet palpable. They were the keepers of wisdom, the ones who whispered to the winds and danced with the spirits of the earth. The vulvas, particularly, held a special place in society, thought of not merely as women, but as conduits of fate itself. As the vulva raised her hands, the crowd fell silent, her fingers weaving through the air as if tracing invisible patterns. She called forth the Norns, the three sisters who controlled the fate of all beings. The tension in the room thickened. Every breath was a blend of awe and dread. It was known that the power she wielded could shift the course of events, a gift and a curse, often met with misunderstanding. Yet, lurking beneath this reverence was a current of unease. Women who practiced magic faced scorn and suspicion, often labeled as witches or sorceresses, terms that carried the weight of fear. The tales of powerful women who could foresee the future often twisted into stories of evil sorcery. Many women were forced to conceal their talents, while men who practiced magic were sometimes celebrated, their skills admired as part of a warrior's prowess. This duality created an intricate dance, one that challenged the very fabric of social norms. The stories told around the fires at night were tinged with the bittersweet truth of these dynamics. A young girl might listen to her grandmother's tales of Skuld and Verdandi, the Norns, who spun and wove the destinies of gods and men. In those tales, she found a flicker of hope, a sign that she, too, could hold power. Yet, lurking in the shadows of those stories was always the fate of those who defied the expectations of their gender. A woman who dared to step outside societal bounds often faced harsh repercussions, branded a misfit, labeled as dangerous. The tension heightened with stories of men who sought the wisdom of the vulvas, traveling great distances to seek counsel. They came as warriors, seeking guidance in battle or wisdom in love. The irony was thick in the air. Men relied on the very power they feared. In a world where strength was measured by physical might, the subtlety of magic posed a challenge to their understanding of what it meant to be strong. The vulva's wisdom was a weapon to be wielded, yet one that they would seldom acknowledge openly. In hushed tones, the vulva spoke of the past, recounting tales of Freyja, the goddess of love and war, who embraced both femininity and power. She was fierce and tender, seductive and strong. Women who followed in her footsteps carried her legacy, but they did so with a heart full of trepidation. Would they be seen as powerful or dangerous? Would they be revered or reviled? As the vulva continued her incantations, the room pulsed with energy. It was as if the very air throbbed with the unsaid words of those who came before. A sense of urgency washed over the crowd. They were witnesses to something raw and real, a moment where the past clashed with the present. The woman standing before them was both a relic of tradition and a beacon of change. This was a world where women could see the unseen, yet often paid a price for their gifts. The stories of women who were cast out or burned as witches echoed through the ages. Each name carried a weight, a whisper of what could happen when magic was feared. Young girls shivered at the thought, their dreams of power laced with the poison of doubt. Were they to follow in the footsteps of those who had come before, or would they turn away, choosing safety over the risk of becoming something more? Yet, every now and then, a spark would ignite. A vulva would rise, challenging the conventions, reminding her people of the potency in the feminine. The air grew electric with possibility, and the whispers of the past danced alongside the aspirations of future generations. In those moments, the lines of gender blurred. Magic became an equalizer, defying the rigid structures imposed by the world. As the vulva's voice faded into the night, the crowd remained transfixed, their hearts racing with the recognition of their own potential. Fear mingled with hope, a chaotic blend of emotions that left them longing for more. The bonds of tradition and expectation tugged at them, but a deeper yearning for connection and understanding began to rise. The stories of the past were alive in their hearts, a reminder that the power of magic, of knowing and seeing, wasn't just locked in ancient lore. It pulsed with the possibilities of a new dawn, where the balance of gender might shift ever so slightly. The vulva may have stood alone in that hall, but she was not truly alone. She carried the dreams of every woman who had ever yearned to embrace their power. And in that moment, Under the scrutiny of the crowd and the watchful eyes of the gods, the magic of her existence was undeniable. The tension in the air was thick with unspoken questions and burgeoning change. What would happen next? Would the tides shift? Would the whispers of women echo louder, demanding a space in a world that had long silenced them? In that moment, the hall felt less like a space where fear held sway and more like a crucible for transformation, where the very fabric of magic and gender was on the cusp of being rewoven. The air crackled, and with it, the promise of something extraordinary lingered just beyond reach, waiting to unfold. The night was thick with mystery, the air alive with the whispers of ancient stories passed down through generations. In a darkened hall, beneath a thatched roof, flickering candles cast ghostly shadows on the walls, illuminating the faces of restless warriors. Their hearts beat in rhythm with the tales of great gods and fierce battles, but two figures stood out above the rest: Freyja and Frigg. The very names sent shivers down spines, stirring emotions that ran as deep as the roots of Yggdrasil itself. Freyja, the goddess of love and war, was as fierce as she was beautiful. Her golden hair flowed like sunlit wheat fields, and her eyes sparkled with the promise of both passion and peril. Warriors would offer her their most fervent prayers before charging into battle, hoping she would grant them victory. Yet her beauty was not just a weapon of seduction. It was a force that could reshape destinies. Tales spoke of her tears turning into gold, a reminder that even the mightiest could be touched by sadness. It was said that she wept for lost love and for the fallen, embodying the duality of love and loss, a tender heart encased in a warrior's spirit. Across from Freyja, Frigg, the goddess of marriage and motherhood, exuded a calm strength. She was the embodiment of wisdom. Her presence a warm embrace that soothed the fears of those who sought her counsel. Men and women alike would approach her for guidance in matters of the heart and home. With her keen foresight, she could see the threads of fate weaving through the tapestry of life, a skill that brought both respect and burden. Frigg's heart swelled with love for her family, yet she bore the weight of knowing their fates. Her love for her son, Baldur, was particularly poignant, a tale of joy destined to be shadowed by tragedy. As the warriors recounted tales of their exploits, a palpable tension filled the room, an unspoken understanding that the power of these goddesses was woven into their very lives. Freyja's laughter echoed through the hall, a sound that could ignite the fiercest of passions, but it was Frigg's quiet presence that anchored the hearts of those who yearned for solace. The warriors knew that in the world of the gods, love and fate were forever intertwined. Freyja led them into battle, while Frigg watched over their loved ones, knitting together the fabric of their lives. In one particularly gripping tale, a young warrior shared how he had found himself at the mercy of a fearsome beast. With death looming, he had called upon Freyja, pleading for strength and courage. Just as the creature lunged toward him, he felt a surge of power, as if the goddess herself had wrapped him in her protective embrace, guiding his sword to victory. The hall erupted in cheers, but there was a somber reminder that with each victory, there was a balance to be maintained. Frigg's sorrowful gaze lingered as she thought of the lives lost, the families left behind. Each battle won was a thread pulled from the tapestry of life. There were whispers of Freyja's sacred cat-drawn chariot, a symbol of her fierce independence and wild spirit. It was said that she would ride through the skies, blessing fields and lovers alike, her presence a reminder that love was an unstoppable force. Yet her freedom came at a price. As other tales hinted at her complicated relationships with gods and mortals, the allure of her beauty attracted many, but the heart of Freyja belonged to those who understood the depths of her soul. She was, after all, a goddess who danced between worlds, love and war, joy and sorrow, beauty and chaos. Frigg, in her wisdom, often served as a counterbalance to the fiery nature of Freyja. In the quiet moments, she wove fate's threads, ensuring the bonds of family remained strong amidst the turbulence of life. She would gather the women around her, teaching them the sacred arts of healing and nurturing, instilling in them a sense of unity and purpose. Her laughter was a melody that soothed the aching hearts, encouraging them to find strength in vulnerability. "A mother's love is the foundation of all," she would say, her voice a gentle reminder that love could heal even the deepest wounds. Yet the gods were not without their trials. The tale of Baldur's death sent ripples through the lives of gods and mortals alike. Frigg, with her foresight, had known of the impending doom but could do nothing to change fate's course. Her heart shattered as she watched her beloved son perish, the laughter that once filled Asgard replaced by a haunting silence. Freyja, too, felt the weight of the loss, for in their shared sorrow, they became bound in a sisterhood forged by grief. It was a testament to their strength that even in the face of unimaginable pain, they found solace in each other, a reminder that divine love is not without its trials. As the night wore on, the stories twisted and turned, weaving a tapestry of emotions that resonated within the hearts of all present. The air crackled with anticipation, an unending cycle of love and loss, hope and despair. Freyja and Frigg stood like twin pillars, each embodying the complexities of life, drawing warriors into their narratives while reminding them that the fates were fickle, and the heart's desires often came with a price. With each tale shared, the flickering candlelight flickered and danced, casting mysterious shapes that swirled like the endless whispers of the past. The warriors, their hearts racing, found themselves caught in a web of emotions, yearning for the connection that transcended time and space. They could feel the presence of the goddesses, a lingering warmth that enveloped them, a promise that they were never truly alone in their struggles. The shadows seemed to take on a life of their own, hinting at the stories yet to be told, the adventures still waiting in the wings. The night stretched on, and as the final story faded into the stillness, the warriors could sense the lingering magic of Freyja and Frigg. The air was thick with anticipation, the promise of more tales to come, stories that would explore the very essence of what it meant to love, to fight, and to weave the fabric of fate itself. And so, the candles flickered on, the whispers of the past intertwining with the promises of tomorrow, the goddesses forever watching, forever guiding, as the tapestry of life continued to unfold. The moon hung low in the sky, a silver orb casting ghostly light over the rugged Norse landscape. Shadows danced in the flickering firelight as warriors gathered around, their faces taut with anticipation and fear. Tonight was different. Tonight, the air thrummed with a weighty promise. They had summoned the seeress, a woman whose very words could reach across time, plucking threads of fate and revealing what lay ahead. Seeresses were not mere diviners. They were powerful figures steeped in the ancient arts of magic and prophecy. Women like the seeress held a respected, if enigmatic, place in Norse society. Known as vulva, they were often called upon by kings and commoners alike to unveil destinies hidden within the fabric of the 9 realms. The scent of burning sage mingled with the earthy aroma of the ground, creating a sacred space where the mundane was pierced by the divine. As the warriors hushed, a shiver ran through the crowd. The seeress stood, her long, flowing hair cascading like a waterfall of night. Her eyes, dark and deep, held a wisdom that transcended her years. She carried a staff adorned with intricate carvings, each line telling stories of ancient gods and forgotten battles. The atmosphere thickened as she began to chant, her voice a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the ages. Each word she spoke was a spell, a woven tapestry of sound that wrapped around the listeners, pulling them into her world. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows on her face, transforming her features into something otherworldly. An intense stillness enveloped the gathering, as if time itself paused to listen. The warriors leaned closer, their hearts pounding in their chests. They each carried secrets, the burdens of unfulfilled dreams, fears of impending doom, and the hopes that clung to their souls like the last leaves of autumn. "Beware, "O sons of bold Odin," she intoned, her voice rising and falling like the waves crashing on a distant shore. "For shadows gather where the sun does not shine. A serpent stirs beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, and with it the fate of men shall twist and turn." Her words sliced through the night, leaving a chill in their wake. Gasps erupted like sparks from the fire, but the seeress pressed on, her eyes closed, lost in a trance. She spoke of battles yet to come, of a great winter, the Fimble winter, that would blanket the earth in despair. Her voice, now a low growl, wove the images of heroes and monsters, intertwining their fates like the serpentine branches of a tree. The warriors trembled, sensing the weight of her words. What if the prophecy was true? What if they were destined to fall? The seeress swayed, caught in the currents of her vision. She saw the vast expanse of the battlefield, her voice transforming into a powerful incantation as she summoned the spirits of the slain. Each ghostly warrior appeared before her, their faces twisted by the pain of their unfulfilled quests. They lingered, seeking justice, longing for their stories to be told once more. The air crackled with energy, and the warriors felt a surge of fear mixed with an undeniable thrill. They were connected to something greater, something beyond their mortal understanding. Suddenly, the seeress stopped. Her eyes snapped open, wild and luminous. "A child is born under the blood moon, and with him a tide of change shall wash over the land," she breathed, almost as if the words were escaping from her against her will. "He will hold the power to break chains or bind souls." The warriors exchanged glances, their breath hitching. Who was this child? Could he be the key to their salvation or their destruction? Tension crackled in the air, and just as quickly as it had come, the seeress's energy shifted. She staggered back, clutching her staff for support, a tremor running through her. "Do not fear the prophecy," she whispered, her voice now softer, almost fragile. "For every ending births a beginning. The threads of fate are not set in stone. They are malleable, waiting for the brave to shape them." A hushed murmuring spread through the crowd. Hope flickered like the firelight, battling against the shadows of fear. The notion that they could change their fate ignited a fire in their hearts. They were warriors. They were forged in the crucible of battle and born of the earth itself. Yet, the path ahead felt treacherous. What if the cost of defying fate was too high? The seeress raised her hand, silencing the murmurs. "You will face trials that will test your very souls. Trust in your bonds, for they will guide you through the darkness." She glanced up, her expression suddenly grave, as though she had glimpsed something terrible lurking just beyond the veil. "But beware, there are those among you who will betray. Not all who wear the cloak of kinship hold your best interests at heart." The air shifted as a gust of wind swept through the gathering, extinguishing the flame of the fire for a heartbeat. A collective gasp echoed, as if the very earth had inhaled sharply. The seeress's voice quivered with urgency. "Look to the signs, heed the omens, and never lose sight of your true purpose." As the seeress began to fade back into her trance, the warriors felt a shift in the very fabric of their destiny. The night stretched onward, mysteries swirling in the air like smoke, filled with the weight of choices yet to come. The fire flickered back to life, brightening the faces of the warriors, who now bore the burden of a prophecy and the flicker of hope ignited by the seeress's words. And so they stood, caught in a web of fate and free will, gazing into the abyss of their future, a future where legends would be forged and destinies rewritten, where the balance of power shifted like the tides. The whispers of the seeress echoed in their minds, a haunting reminder that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but the flicker of hope would guide them onward. As the night deepened, the warriors resolved to face whatever awaited them, united by the knowledge that their story was far from over. The bitter wind howled through the trees, as if whispering ancient secrets to those brave enough to listen. In the shadows of the mighty fjords, amid the rugged landscapes of Scandinavia, there lay a world where nature spoke in the language of magic. The Norse people understood this language well. They knew that every plant, every herb, held a power that could tilt the balance of fate itself. There was something mesmerizing about the green tendrils of valerian curling up from the earth, its scent filling the air like a promise. The Norse relied upon this herb not merely for its calming effects, but for its potency in spells of protection and healing. In the flickering shadows of the evening, a lone figure might gather these roots, hands trembling slightly as they unearthed the essence of safety. Beneath the weight of the stars, they would craft a spell, their voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of night. Each syllable danced on the air like the flicker of candlelight, summoning a shield against the unseen threats lurking in the dark. The vibrant hue of yarrow stood out, a bright beacon among the muted greens and browns. This plant was revered as a warrior's ally, often used in spells for courage and strength. When the frost settled over the land, brave hearts would venture into the wilds, gathering the delicate blossoms to weave into amulets. They believed that these little flowers could imbue them with the fortitude to face any foe. As the sun set, the world would quiet, and the air would thrum with anticipation, the weight of destiny hanging in the balance. But it was not just warriors who reached for these gifts of nature. The wise women, the seiðrs, the healers of the villages found solace and strength in the herbs that grew around them. Elderflower, with its sweet fragrance, was a staple in their apothecaries. It didn't merely soothe the body, it was a key to unlocking the mind's potential. In dimly lit rooms, the wise women would brew potions, the bubbling cauldron whispering secrets that only the initiated could understand. The air would be thick with mystery as they recited incantations, their voices weaving through the smoke like the tendrils of the plants themselves. The power of herbs was not just in their physical properties, it was also in the stories woven around them. Each plant carried the weight of history. Tales passed down through generations. The Norse gods, too, were said to have walked the earth, gathering herbs for their own purposes. Loki, the trickster, was often associated with the deadly nightshade, a plant that could bring both beauty and peril. It was a reminder that with great power came great responsibility, and that the line between life and death could be as thin as a leaf's edge. When the full moon illuminated the landscape, the air crackled with potential. Rituals unfolded under its watchful gaze as participants gathered herbs for various spells. Some sought love, clutching sprigs of rosemary, infusing their wishes into the air. Others wanted revenge, using the sharpness of nettles, their prickly leaves a symbol of the bitterness that lingered within their hearts. The gathering would pulse with energy, the emotions of the participants swirling together, each heart beating in rhythm with the intent woven into the night. As the flames of the bonfire danced higher, so did the voices of the seekers. They chanted incantations, their lips brushing against the names of the plants in fervent supplication. Each invocation was a thread in a grand tapestry of intention. The air around them became thick with the scent of mingling herbs, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that hung heavy with unresolved desires and dreams. Among them, a young woman named Astrid felt every heartbeat, every pulse of magic resonating within her. She had always been drawn to the power of plants, their spirits calling to her in ways that words could not explain. As she grasped a handful of chamomile, she could feel the warmth of ancient knowledge coursing through her veins. It was said to bring peace and tranquility. Yet her mind was a turbulent sea, longing for something more than just solace. In that moment, she glanced at the others around her, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight, and she understood that she, too, was part of this vibrant world, woven together by the very herbs they cherished. The ritual reached its peak, and the air crackled with fervent energy. With a deep breath, Astrid stepped forward, feeling a connection to every spirit that had ever walked this land. She offered a sprig of chamomile, her voice trembling as she called upon the ancients, invoking their strength to aid her. The others paused, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, their eyes locking on her as if they too could feel the weight of her wish. And yet, within the circle of magic, danger lurked as well. The herbs held dualities, blessings intertwined with curses. The very nightshade that spoke of beauty could ensnare a wandering soul. The power to heal could just as easily bring destruction. As Astrid poured her heart into the ritual, she felt the tension building, a surge of potential threatening to spill over like the leaves in autumn, vibrant yet destined to decay. In that chilling moment, the wind rustled through the trees, a reminder of the wild forces at play. Nature was neither friend nor foe. It simply was, a force unto itself. The Norse understood this, embracing both light and shadow. The herbs were more than mere plants. They were living entities, powerful allies in their crafted spells and curses. They knew that every spell, every incantation, carried the weight of the intent behind it, rippling out into the world like a stone cast into a still pond. As the night wore on, the air thick with magic and emotion, Astrid felt a sense of destiny unfurling around her. The herbs she had gathered, the spells she had cast, were all part of something larger, something timeless that connected her to the ancestors who had walked this path before her. Even as the shadows danced and the fire crackled, she understood that she was merely a thread in an unending story, one that wove through time, reaching into the very essence of existence itself. And with each breath, each heartbeat, she prepared to step deeper into the mystery, guided by the whispers of the plants and the echo of the past. The air was thick with tension, a shiver racing down the spine of anyone who ventured into the shadowy corners of the old village square. The moon cast an ethereal glow over the cobblestones, illuminating the faint outlines of ancient symbols etched into the walls of crumbling buildings. The villagers whispered tales of strange happenings, of shadows that flickered just beyond the lantern light, and of a protective magic that hummed quietly beneath the surface of their everyday lives. Amulets hung from the necks of mothers, their fingers often brushing against the cool metal as they whispered prayers to keep their children safe from harm. Each charm told a story, woven from the fabric of their ancestors' hopes and fears. A small silver wolf, for strength in troubling times, a delicate crescent moon, for guidance in the dark. They were not mere trinkets. They were lifelines, imbued with the essence of those who had come before, carrying the weight of generations. In a dusty corner of a forgotten library, a scholar hunched over a leather-bound tome, ink-stained fingers tracing the delicate runes that danced across the pages. Each rune held a history, a language of protection that had been whispered through the ages. The magic pulsed gently, a heartbeat of the earth itself, waiting to be called upon by those desperate enough to seek its power. As storm clouds rolled in overhead, the distant rumble of thunder echoed, resonating with the tension in the air. The scholar's heart raced, not just from the brewing tempest outside, but from the stories that leaped from the pages. The ancient Norse had carved runes into stone, each one a safeguard against the chaos of the world. The word algiz, resembling a warrior's stance, was said to ward off danger, while tiwaz, a symbol of the god Tyr, invoked courage in the face of adversity. These symbols were not mere decorations, they were the very essence of protection, woven into the fabric of existence. Outside, the villagers huddled in their homes, clutching their amulets tightly. As if the cool metal could ward off the very storm that threatened to engulf them. A mother cradled her baby to her chest, the weight of fear pressing heavily on her heart. She whispered a prayer, a sacred incantation passed down through the ages, invoking the spirit of an ancient warrior to guard her family against the encroaching darkness. With each crack of lightning, the power of protective magic seemed to swell, reverberating through the stones of the village. The runes carved into the foundation of her home glowed faintly, a shield against the night. They were the guardians of this place, remnants of a time when magic thrived. when every stone and every tree was thought to breathe with life and energy. In a nearby grove, the ancient oak stood tall and proud, its gnarled branches stretching out like arms ready to embrace the storm. It had witnessed countless rituals, ceremonies performed by those who understood the delicate balance of life and death. Offerings were left at its roots, small stones marked with runes, woven grasses shaped into protective charms. The wind rustled through its leaves, carrying whispers of promises made long ago. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in a dark robe, fingers adorned with rings etched with powerful runes. The villagers gasped, their hearts pounding in their chests. Legends spoke of this figure, a guardian of ancient magic who roamed the land, safeguarding those in need. With every step, the ground seemed to hum with energy, answering the unspoken call of protective magic that resonated through the air. As the figure approached the village, the storm outside grew fiercer, rain lashing against rooftops like 1,000 frantic hearts. The guardian raised a hand, fingers splaying wide, a gesture that sent a ripple of calm through the tempest. It was as if the very runes of the earth answered the call, pushing back against the chaos that threatened to overwhelm them. Within the hearts of the villagers, fear shifted to hope. They knew that the guardian had come to unlock the power of their amulets, to awaken the magic that lay dormant within the runes. A shared glance spoke volumes. They understood that they were bound together by the invisible threads of protection, each charm a testament to their resilience. The guardian moved with purpose, stopping before a young girl clutching a small, intricately carved amulet shaped like a shield. "What worries you, child?" the guardian asked, their voice smooth like the night sky. "My brother, he has gone into the woods," she replied, her voice trembling. "I fear for his safety." With a nod, the guardian stretched out a hand, brushing the girl's amulet with a feather-light touch. The air crackled with energy as the runes flared to life, illuminating the girl's eyes with newfound courage. "Your love and belief gives strength to this charm. He will return. Trust in the magic of your heart." The girl's breath caught, the weight of fear lifting as she felt the warmth of protection envelop her. Around her, the villagers encircled the guardian, each one holding out their own amulets, seeking that spark of reassurance. The guardian moved gracefully, touching each charm, igniting the protective power within, transforming doubt into a resolute shield. As lightning shattered the sky and thunder echoed like a war drum, the barrier of protective magic pulsed in harmony with the storm. The villagers stood united, hearts beating as one, fueled by an energy that transcended time. They understood, in that moment, that their connection to the past was a living thread, binding them to the strength of their ancestors, to the runes that whispered through the ages. In the depths of the storm, as shadows danced and the wind howled, the village became a beacon of light, illuminated by the power of their protective magic, an unbroken circle of hope, a testament to the resilience that lies within, waiting for the moment to rise against the storm. The ancient magic surged, a promise woven into the very fabric of their being, echoing the stories of runes and amulets that had stood the test of time, forever entwined with their fates. The fire crackled softly in the dimly lit room, casting shadows that danced against the rough-hewn walls. In the flickering light, the figure of a woman emerged, her silver hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. She was a vulva, a seeress revered in Norse society, and in this moment she held the weight of ancient secrets. The air buzzed with an energy that felt almost electric, as if the very fabric of reality were bending to her will. Once, in a land blanketed by frost and myth, the vulva stood as a bridge between the known and the unknown. With her staff, adorned with runes and symbols of old, she commanded the spirits, weaving spells that could heal or harm. Her power was not just a gift, it was a legacy, passed down through generations. The tales of her craft whispered through the gales that swept across the fjords and valleys, woven into the very culture of the Norse people. In ancient times, the vulva was both feared and revered. She danced on the edges of society, living in the margins yet holding a central role in the lives of those around her. Villagers would flock to her, eyes wide with a mixture of hope and dread, seeking guidance in matters of love, war, and fate. The vulva listened as they shared their troubles, her heart a steady anchor in the storm of their emotions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows lengthened, and stories of the past flooded her mind. She recalled her ancestors, women like her, who walked the earth with an air of mystery. They had gathered herbs under the watchful gaze of the moon, their hands stained with the earth's essence. Each leaf, each root, held a piece of the cosmos, and they knew how to summon its strength. The wisdom of these women echoed in her veins, a heartbeat that resonated with every incantation she spoke. The vulva's craft was intertwined with nature, a symbiotic relationship that reached back to the dawn of time. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the whisper of the wind in her ears. The rituals she performed were not mere folklore, they were the very essence of life, a tapestry of connection that tied her to the world around her. The stones, the trees, the rivers, they all spoke to her, revealing truths that lay hidden beneath the surface. In her youth, she had stood at the edge of a great forest, eyes closed, arms outstretched. The air had thrummed with energy as she called out to the spirits, and she could feel their presence wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. In that moment, she understood the depth of her calling. She was a guardian of knowledge, a keeper of secrets that could alter destinies. But the life of a vulva was not without its shadows. Whispers of betrayal danced on the lips of those who envied her gifts. They called her witch, a term dripping with disdain, wielded like a weapon to banish her from their midst. Yet, even in exile, she found strength. The spirits had not abandoned her. They were with her still, guiding her through the darkness. One bitter winter, when the frost bit at her bones and the night stretched endlessly, she encountered a traveler. His eyes were haunted, filled with despair as he sought her out in the cold. He spoke of his dying village, of crops withering and children falling ill. The vulva watched him, her heart aching for the pain etched on his face. She knew the weight of responsibility that lay upon her shoulders. "Please," he implored, desperation lacing his voice. "Can you help us?" With a nod, she accepted the challenge, her resolve hardening like iron. Under the pale glow of the moon, she gathered her herbs, whispered her incantations, and summoned the spirits of the land. As she worked, the air crackled with power, the very ground beneath her trembling. She could feel the villagers' hopes entwined in her every word, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea of despair. In that moment, she became more than a vulva. She became a beacon of hope, a thread woven into the tapestry of life itself. The ground rumbled, and the wind howled as her magic surged forth, a force of nature against the odds. The traveler, watching in awe, felt a shiver run down his spine as the air shimmered with possibility. The vulva's heart raced as she felt the connection grow stronger. The spirits answered her call, breathing life into the barren fields and warmth into the hearts of the dying. She could see visions of the village thriving again, children laughing in the streets, crops bursting forth in vibrant colors. The fear and sorrow that had gripped their lives began to lift, replaced by the sweet embrace of hope. But with every act of creation, there lingers the shadow of destruction. The vulva understood this duality. She was both healer and harbinger, creation and chaos. The delicate balance of the world rested in her hands. With each spell she cast, she felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on her, the knowledge that one misstep could unleash devastation. As she finished her work, the echoes of her incantations hung in the air, a haunting melody that spoke of ancient truths. The traveler knelt before her, tears glistening in his eyes. "You have saved us," he said, his voice trembling with gratitude. But as dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the vulva knew that her journey was far from over. The world outside awaited, filled with challenges and choices that would test her craft. The shadows of doubt would follow her, but so too would the light of hope, illuminating the path ahead. Her heart swelled with a fierce determination, ignited by the stories of those who had come before her. She was a vulva, a keeper of wisdom, and the world needed her now more than ever. The flames of the fire flickered, casting her silhouette against the wall, a reminder of the power she held. The echoes of the past intertwined with the present, drawing her ever closer to the horizon of an uncertain future. The winds whispered her name, calling her to continue the dance of fate and magic. And so, the vulva stepped into the light, ready to embrace the trials that lay ahead. The air was thick with promise, and in her heart the pulse of the earth thrummed with life, a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning. In the flickering shadows of a long-forgotten hall, a seiðr stood, her fingers dusted with the soot of ancient fires. Her voice, soft yet piercing, echoed among the stone walls, weaving threads of fate for those who dared approach. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very stones held their breath, ready to witness the unfolding of destinies. This was a world where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen danced and shifted, where the power of magic flowed like a swift river, carrying whispers of gods and giants, trolls and elves. In the sagas, magic was not merely a trick of the light or a tale spun in the dark. It was a force as real as the swords drawn in battle. Each saga held a tapestry of enchantment, woven with threads of sorcery that gripped the hearts of warriors and farmers alike. From the chilling incantations of the vulva, the wise woman whose knowledge reached beyond the mortal coil, to the fierce spells cast by vengeful women seeking justice, Norse magic pulsated with life, hunger, and purpose. Take, for instance, the tale of the mighty warrior, Sigurd, who sought to slay the dragon Fafnir. As he ventured into the misty mountains, he was guided by the haunting prophecy of the Norns, three sisters who spun the fates of gods and men. Their whispers curled around him, urging him onward with promises of glory and doom. Sigurd's path was paved by magic, each step a dance between bravery and trepidation, as he wielded a sword named Gram, forged with runes that shimmered like starlight. When the moment arrived, the clash of steel rang out like thunder, and Sigurd, emboldened by ancient sorceries, pierced the dragon's heart, the blood spilling forth like dark, molten gold. Yet the magic did not end with victory. It was in the aftermath that the true power of the sagas revealed itself, for the dragon's blood granted Sigurd the ability to understand the language of the birds. The chirping of the forest became a chorus of wisdom, warning him of the treachery that lay ahead. With each note, the enchantment of nature intertwined with his fate, guiding him through the tangled web of loyalty and betrayal that awaited him. In another saga, the story of Freyja beckons with seductive power. The goddess of love and war wielded magic known as seiðr, an ancient form of sorcery that allowed her to see the threads of fate woven into the lives of others. With a single chant, she could call upon the spirits of the dead, bending them to her will. Her magic was intoxicating, alluring, yet fraught with peril. As she traversed the realms, her spells danced on the edge of desire and destruction, revealing the bittersweet truth that every boon came at a cost. The tales told of a time when Freyja sought the beautiful necklace, Brisingamen, forged by dwarven hands. To claim it, she had to seduce the dwarves, weaving her lure like a spider spins its silk. She danced under the northern lights, her laughter echoing through the chill air, enchanting all who gazed upon her beauty. But beneath the surface, shadows stirred, for their magic could bind her just as easily as it could free her. The price of power often left scars, visible and invisible, marking the soul forever. As the sagas unfolded, so too did the haunting tales of those who dabbled in darker magics. The figure of Grendel's mother loomed large, a creature born of pure vengeance, her heart filled with rage and her grasp on the mystical arts unmatched. Desperate to avenge her son, she summoned ancient forces that twisted the very fabric of reality. The air crackled around her as she invoked shadows, drawing upon the primal fear that lay in the hearts of men. With each incantation, her fury grew, a tempest of magic that sought to consume all light. In this world, magic was a double-edged sword, a force that could empower or destroy, often leaving devastation in its wake. The sagas bore witness to the consequences of ambition, where the promise of greatness often spiraled into chaos. Those who sought to control the magic found themselves ensnared, lost within a labyrinth of their own making. Each decision echoed through the ages, ripples of fate intertwining with the lives of those who dared to invoke the unseen. Moments of quiet reflection punctuated the storm of magic and power. The seer, alone in her dim chamber, would often contemplate the weight of her knowledge. The visions that danced before her eyes, bright and terrible, showed her futures yet to come, some filled with love and light, others shrouded in darkness. With every vision, her heart ached, for she knew that the power she wielded came with profound responsibility. The balance of fate rested upon her shoulders, and the threads she pulled could unravel destinies or weave new beginnings. As shadows crept through the halls of time, the stories of Norse magic grew richer, intertwining with the lives of heroes and villains. A tapestry of human emotion, filled with love, loss, ambition, and despair, painted a portrait of a world where magic was everywhere, binding all in a cosmic dance. The urgency of these tales echoed in the hearts of those who heard them, a reminder of the delicate balance between power and humility, desire and consequence. The fires crackled as the tales continued, each story a spark igniting the imaginations of those who gathered around. They leaned in closer, their breaths held, for they sensed that the magic was not just in the stories but also in the connection they shared with one another. Each word whispered was a spell, binding them in a common understanding of their humanity, of their fears and dreams, their hopes and struggles. And so, the sagas wound their way into the night, leaving the audience hungry for more, their hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown, as new tales of love, treachery, and the enduring power of magic beckoned from the shadows, waiting to be unleashed upon the world once again. The air was thick with anticipation, heavy with the scent of pine and the distant roar of a waterfall. In a clearing surrounded by ancient trees that had witnessed centuries of life and death, a gathering of figures stood, cloaked in wool and leather, their breaths misting in the chill of the early morning. They were the followers of the Norse gods, faithful and fervent, preparing to honor their deities through an act as old as time itself, the offering of blood. As the sun slowly broke over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, the villagers encircled a large stone altar, worn smooth by the hands of those who came before. Each carved symbol told a story, a testament to the rituals that had shaped their lives. In the center of the altar lay a single goat, its coat gleaming in the soft light. It was no ordinary goat. It was a creature set apart by fate, chosen to carry the weight of the community's prayers. The priest, a man with a long braided beard and eyes that sparkled with fervor, stepped forward, raising his arms to the sky. He spoke in a voice that resonated, a hymn of ancient words that echoed through the grove. With each passing moment, the crowd leaned closer, tension building like the pulse of a drum, each heartbeat echoing the collective spirit of the community. They were bound together by their belief in the gods above and the power of sacrifice. As the chant reached its peak, the priest's voice grew louder, a call to the gods who watched from their lofty thrones in Asgard. The villagers felt the weight of their ancestors pressing down upon them, urging them to remember the sacred bond between man and the divine. Each life taken was a piece of themselves, offered up in gratitude for the blessings of harvest, health, and protection. They believed that only through such acts could the cycle of life continue, a harmony between the earthly and the ethereal. With a swift motion, the priest lowered the ceremonial knife, its blade glinting ominously in the morning light. The villagers gasped collectively, a shuddering breath of fear and reverence. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The knife met flesh, and a warm, crimson stream flowed forth, soaking into the stone beneath. Gasps turned to murmurs, and murmurs swelled into a thunderous cheer, a primal joy erupting from the depths of their souls. This was not merely a sacrifice. It was a communion with the gods, a surrender to the very essence of life. Blood, hot and vibrant, splattered across the altar, a sacred painting that told of devotion and loss. It was a sight that could chill the bones yet ignite an inferno of passion within the hearts of the people. Their eyes glinted with tears, a mixture of sorrow and gratitude. They understood the gravity of their actions. The life of the goat was a thread woven into the tapestry of their existence. To give was to receive, and in this exchange they felt the pulse of the universe. As the villagers began to chant, their voices blending into a haunting melody, they lifted their arms toward the sky. Their spirits entwined in a dance of hope and desperation. They sang not just for themselves, but for those who had come before, for the ancestors whose blood still coursed through their veins. The past collided with the present, a reminder that they were never alone. The gods gazed down upon them, the great Odin with his knowing eye, the fierce Thor with his hammer ready to protect, and Freyja, the goddess of love and war, watching with a compassionate heart. The ritual had a rhythm, a cycle that echoed through the ages. Time and time again, when the harvest fell short or the storms raged fierce, the villagers would turn to sacrifice, seeking forgiveness and favor from their divine patrons. It was a testament to their unwavering faith, a promise that they would give of themselves in exchange for blessings and protection. But it was not only animals that met their fates upon the altar. As the years turned like the leaves in autumn, stories emerged of human sacrifices, whispers of the desperate pleas offered to stave off famine or war. In those dark times, the decision to willingly give a life was not taken lightly. It was seen as the highest honor, a way to ensure the survival of the community. The echoes of those souls still lingered, a reminder of the thin veil between life and death, of how the very act of sacrifice bound them together in their shared existence. Yet the power of blood went beyond mere offerings. It was woven into the fabric of their celebrations, pivotal moments marked by feasting and communal gatherings. Blood from the slain beasts was mixed with water, creating a holy drink that was shared among the people. This blood brotherhood forged bonds that could not be broken, weaving together families and friends into an unbreakable tapestry of loyalty. To drink the blood of the sacrifice was to invite the spirit of the animal into one's own, to share in the essence of life and death. As the villagers finished their chants, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the clearing. The altar, now stained a deep crimson, stood as a monument to their devotion. With the goat's life given freely, the community felt the swell of gratitude rising within them, a promise to honor the gods in all they did. They understood the weight of tradition, the importance of maintaining the delicate balance. The blood now soaked deep into the earth, seeping into the soil, nourishing the land for the seasons to come. But amidst their revelry, a chill swept through the grove. A foreboding whisper echoed in the leaves, hinting at the challenges yet to come. For every act of sacrifice drew attention, and the gods were fickle, their favor as unpredictable as the weather. The villagers knew that the cycle would not always favor them, and the shadows of doubt crept in, reminding them of the sacrifices yet to be made, the blood still waiting to be shed. The tension hung heavy, a promise of more to come, as the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows over the altar, a stark reminder of the ever-looming dance between life and death. In the chill of a dimly lit hall, shadows danced along the stone walls, whispering secrets of the dead. A thick, heavy mist hung low, like a curtain separating the living from the forgotten. In this eerie space, a figure loomed, a silhouette carved from the darkness itself, with an air of ancient authority. She was Hel, the goddess of the underworld, a being both feared and misunderstood. Her presence was as cold as the grave, and yet there was an undeniable pull, an inexplicable draw that kept onlookers transfixed. The Norse believed that death was not an end but a transformation, a transition to another kind of existence. Hel ruled over the souls who did not die gloriously in battle. Instead, they found themselves in her realm, where the shadows were both sanctuary and prison. There was no fiery torment here, no eternal damnation, just a quiet, relentless stillness that echoed with the memories of the lives once lived. This was a land where whispered tales of lost loves and unfulfilled dreams lingered in the air, heavy with longing. The moment one crossed into Hel's domain, the air would grow colder, wrapping around the soul like a shroud. The eerie stillness was punctuated by the soft rustle of leaves from ancient trees that stood tall and silent, guardians of secrets long buried. Those who entered did so with trepidation, their hearts pounding like distant war drums. Each footstep seemed to echo through time, a reminder that they were not alone. Hel herself was a striking figure. Half flesh and half dead, her visage was a haunting reminder of mortality. Her skin, pale as moonlight, contrasted starkly with the darkness of her domain, and the emptiness of her eyes told a story of countless souls passing through her hands. She was neither cruel nor kind, but rather an impartial keeper of balance, ensuring that the dead remained undisturbed. The magic of her world was woven from the threads of memory and loss, binding the living to those who had departed. As tales of Hel spread through the ages, they painted her not just as a goddess of the dead, but as a complex figure entangled in the fabric of life and death. There was a sense of inevitability in her presence, a reminder that all things must end, yet her realm spoke of continuity, a cycle that refused to break. In the quiet moments, one could almost hear the echoes of laughter and sorrow intertwining, creating a haunting symphony that resonated with the hearts of the living. Yet there was magic in Hel's world, a magic that thrummed beneath the surface like a heartbeat. It was said that those who entered her realm had the chance to commune with the spirits, to seek guidance or closure. Some ventured forth carrying offerings, small tokens of love and remembrance, believing that such gifts might soften Hel's heart. Flowers, trinkets, and letters filled with unsaid words were cast into her domain as gestures of goodwill, each item a bridge between the living and the dead. Among these visitors was a young woman named Astrid, who had come to find solace in the presence of her lost brother, a warrior who had fallen far too soon. She clutched a small wooden carving, his favorite dragon, carved lovingly from a piece of oak. The moment she stepped into Hel's domain, the air thickened with a palpable energy. Astrid's breath caught in her throat, and she felt an overwhelming urge to call out for him, her voice trembling with emotion. "Freyja, can you hear me?" she cried, her words echoing in the silent realm. The mist swirled around her, almost as if Hel herself was listening. In that moment, the boundary between life and death blurred, and hope flickered like a candle flame on the verge of extinguishment. As she stood there, caught between despair and longing, the shadows began to shift. From the depths of the mist, a figure emerged, a young man with familiar features, his face marked by the same warrior's resolve that had once brought him honor. Freyja's eyes sparkled with mischief and love, yet they held a deep sadness that tugged at Astrid's heart. "Astrid," he whispered, his voice like a haunting melody, "I've missed you." Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a testament to the love they had shared. She reached out, desperate to bridge the gap between them, but the distance felt insurmountable. Hell, an unseen observer, watched with a knowing gaze. There was beauty in this reunion, yet it was laced with the understanding that such moments were fleeting. "Why did you have to go?" Astrid's voice quivered, filled with anguish. The weight of her question hung heavy in the air, echoing through the stillness of the underworld. It was a question that demanded answers that were often left unspoken. Freyja stepped closer, but the mist thickened, pulling him back into the depths of Hell's domain. "I fought bravely, sister. My death was not in vain. You must understand, I am here in a way that transcends life. I watch over you, always." The magic of Hell's realm shimmered around them. But the moment was both a gift and a curse. Astrid felt the joy of seeing her brother, yet the pain of knowing he could not stay. The shadows shifted again, swirling around her like a protective veil, and Hell's presence loomed larger, a reminder of the precarious nature of existence. Suddenly, the air crackled with tension. The spirits that wandered through Hell's domain stirred, their restless energy adding to the weight of the moment. Each had a story, an unfinished tale yearning to be told. They reached out, not with hands, but with memories and emotions, filling the air with whispers of laughter, sorrow, and longing. The magic of the dead surged, a reminder that love could transcend even the finality of death. Astrid stood there, torn between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. She felt the urgency of time pressing down on her, each second counting down like the ticking of a clock. Hell, ever watchful, shifted in the shadows, a silent guardian over the lost and the forgotten. As the mist continued to swirl, Astrid glanced up, her heart aching with the weight of her brother's gaze. In his eyes, she saw not just love, but a plea, a desire for her to live fully, to embrace the joys and sorrows that life had to offer. The magic of Hell's realm pulsed around her, an unbreakable bond that connected the living and the dead in a tapestry of shared experiences. The air shimmered with possibility, each heartbeat a reminder that the dance between life and death was eternal. The shadows stretched and twisted, the whispers of the departed growing louder. Astrid felt the pull of the living world grasping at her heart, but the connection to Freyja was undeniable, a tether that could not easily be severed. She was left standing on the precipice of two worlds, where love and loss intertwined, and the lingering magic of the dead resonated in every breath. Beneath a sky painted with the hues of twilight, where the echoes of ancient gods lingered in the crisp air, a lone figure stood at the edge of a clearing. The breeze whispered tales of yore, carrying with it the weight of a world caught between the old and the new. In this moment, the air thickened with tension, a potent blend of the familiar smell of damp earth and the lingering essence of burnt offerings. Here, magic thrived, pulsating in the veins of the land, while just beyond, the relentless tide of a new faith crashed upon the shores of tradition. In the time of the Vikings, when the clash of swords rang out like thunder in the heavens, the world was painted with the brush strokes of mythology. The Norse people held their beliefs deeply. Their gods, Odin, Thor, Freyja, were not mere tales but living entities that shaped their existence. They sought the favor of these deities, weaving spells and performing rituals in dark forests and sacred groves. Each chant, each rune inscribed in the earth was a plea for protection, fertility, or vengeance, as powerful as the ocean's tides. But then came Christianity, bearing a different kind of promise. It spoke of a singular God, of salvation and eternal life, offering a stark contrast to the wild, multifaceted nature of Norse belief. It was a faith that glimmered with hope, yet cast shadows over the old ways that had nurtured the Norse people for centuries. As the missionaries ventured into these lands, their words dripped with the conviction of certainty, igniting a struggle that would tear through the very fabric of society. On a stormy night, a gathering of villagers huddled around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the orange glow. The air was thick with anticipation. A wise woman, the seer of their clan, stood before them, her voice a haunting melody that twisted through the trees. She spoke of an omen, a vision she had seen in the swirling mists, where the hammer of Thor clashed against the cross. Her words painted a picture of chaos, of warriors caught in a tempest of belief and doubt. Would the old ways succumb to the new, or would the ancient magic rise like a phoenix from the ashes? At that moment, a sharp crack of lightning split the sky, illuminating a figure in the distance. An outsider, a Christian missionary, had wandered into the clearing, drawn by the light of the fire. His eyes softened with the glow of faith, yet hardened by the mission that lay before him. He had come to convert, to save these lost souls from the grasp of what he deemed superstition. But as he stood there, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and burning wood, the villagers felt a flicker of unease. Would he bring them salvation or damnation? The seer, unflinching, met his gaze. With every word she uttered, she wielded the power that had been passed down through generations. "Seek not to erase our past," she intoned, her voice firm yet laced with an undercurrent of sorrow. "For in the roots of our beliefs lies the strength of our people. You bring tales of a gentle Savior, yet we know the storm of our gods. Can your faith stand against the howling winds of our heritage?" His heart raced, caught in the storm of her challenge. The missionary felt the weight of centuries pressing down upon him. He had been taught that the old ways were primitive, a snare that led to darkness. But as he stood before the seer, he felt something stirring within him, a flicker of doubt. Was there room for both beliefs in this world? The howling of the wind seemed to echo his uncertainties. As days turned into weeks, the tension simmered. The villagers began to speak in hushed tones about the strange magic that danced in the air, a magic that seemed to draw from both the old gods and the new faith. In hidden corners they practiced their rituals, blending ancient runes with new prayers. A shield was formed, a shield forged from the old and the new, a bridge between two worlds that seemed destined to collide. One fateful night, as the moon hung low and full, the seer gathered the villagers once more. They formed a circle, their voices rising in a harmonious chant that resonated with both the strength of Odin and the love of Christ. The air crackled with energy, the night alive with possibilities. In this moment, they felt the pulse of their ancestors, a heartbeat that echoed through the ages. The villagers called upon the spirits of the land, invoking the protection of their gods while also whispering the prayers of the new faith. It was a moment suspended in time, a blending of magic and belief that sparked a fire in their hearts. Far from the clearing, the missionary watched, torn. He could feel the tug of something profound, a connection to a world he had not anticipated. It was not merely about conversion anymore, it was about understanding. The cries of the villagers resonated within him, igniting a yearning for unity in a world divided. Could he foster a connection, a dialogue between the two beliefs? The winds howled around him, almost as if pushing him toward the truth. On the edge of the forest, the ancient oak stood tall, its gnarled branches reaching out like ancient fingers toward the heavens. It had witnessed the birth and death of countless beliefs, unyielding in its silence. The villagers, with their hands raised toward the sky, felt the power of that tree coursing through them. They forged spells that blended old magic with new hope, rituals that sought the strength of both traditions. The ground beneath their feet hummed with energy, a symphony of ancient voices calling to be heard. Yet, in the shadows, a darker presence lingered. There were those who clung stubbornly to the old ways, fiercely protective of their heritage. They viewed the blend of beliefs as a betrayal, a dilution of the power that had sustained them for centuries. As tensions rose, old wounds began to fester, and the rift between the villagers widened. It was a fragile time, where friendships were tested and loyalties questioned, as the old gods watched with bated breath. The night deepened, thick with emotions and uncertainty. The clash of beliefs had sown seeds of chaos, and the villagers stood at a crossroads. Would they unite as one, or would they fracture under the weight of their convictions? The winds howled louder, a warning of the storm that was brewing, as the ancient and the new fought for dominance in a world caught in the throes of transformation. In the heart of that struggle, the flames of the fire flickered, casting long shadows that danced like spirits, reminding all of the fragile balance between faith and magic. And as the night wore on, the air crackled with the promise of a new dawn, where the intertwining of Christianity and Norse magic could lead to something unforeseen, something powerful enough to change the course of history forever. The moon hung low over the restless sea, casting a silvery glow on the longships that sliced through the waves like arrows in flight. The air was thick with anticipation, a pulse of magic that thrummed beneath the surface of the water. Each ship's prow, carved into the fierce visage of a dragon, seemed to breathe in the evening mist, ready to unleash its crew upon distant shores. This was the Viking Age, a time when men became legends and the world was theirs for the taking. As the oars dipped rhythmically into the dark depths, the warriors' faces were a tableau of emotions: fear, determination, and an unquenchable thirst for glory. These seafaring Norsemen were not merely conquerors, they were seekers of destiny. They believed that the gods charted their fates, guiding their hands in battle and filling their hearts with courage. In the flickering firelight, the skalds sang of Odin and Thor, their words igniting the spirit of every warrior. A palpable magic wound its way through the ranks, where every shield was not just a tool of war, but a symbol of honor and hope. On the shores of unfamiliar lands, the Vikings found more than just riches. They discovered a world painted in endless shades of wonder and enchantment. The lush green valleys of England and the rugged cliffs of Scotland called to them like sirens, inviting them to dance with fate. Each village they raided or settled became a canvas for their legacy. The clash of steel and the cries of the vanquished echoed in their ears, a haunting symphony of triumph and sorrow. With each conquest, they wove their history into the very fabric of these new lands, an indelible mark that would last for centuries. In the twilight of battle, there was a moment of silence, a brief pause where time seemed to hold its breath. A warrior stood alone, gazing out at the horizon, his heart heavy with the weight of lives taken and hearts broken. This was Bjorn, a man whose name would be whispered in tales for generations to come. He felt the tug of the past and the pull of the future, both equally powerful. The spirits of the fallen seemed to surround him, urging him forward, reminding him of the magic coursing through his veins. Bjorn believed in the power of seers and the whispered prophecies of wise women. They spoke of the Norns, the fate-weaving sisters who spun the threads of life, and he often sought their counsel before embarking on a raid. It was said that the bravest warriors could see the threads of their own destiny. A glimpse of glory or doom shining like stars in the night sky. As he stood there, he closed his eyes and felt the wind wrap around him, a gentle caress that carried with it the scent of salt and adventure. The sound of laughter pulled him back to the present where his comrades celebrated their latest victory. A feast awaited them, and the long tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats and barrels of mead. Bjorn moved among them, feeling the warmth of camaraderie and the heady thrill of victory. They raised their horns high, toasting to Odin, to their fallen brothers, and to the magic that had guided them through the chaos of battle. Each sip of mead tasted like victory, sweet and intoxicating, igniting the fires of ambition within them. But as the night wore on and the stars twinkled like 1,000 eyes watching from above, a darkness began to creep into Bjorn's heart. The magic of conquest was intoxicating, yet it came with a price. As the warriors reveled, shadows whispered of impending doom. The land they had claimed was not without its own protectors, spirits of the earth, guardians of the forests, and ancient beings who would not yield their home without a fight. The Viking Age was a time of great bravery and ambition, but also a time of hubris. An unknown chill swept through the air, and an old woman appeared at the edge of the firelight. Her hair was as white as a winter snow, her face a map of the ages. She spoke in a voice that was both a warning and a curse, her words dripping with the weight of fate. "The more you take, the more you will lose," she cautioned, her eyes piercing through the darkness. "Magic wanders where it pleases, and it remembers those who tread too heavily upon the earth." Bjorn felt a shiver run down his spine, an unsettling premonition that clung to him like a shadow. He had witnessed the price of greed before, seen brothers fall to madness when desire overpowered their hearts, but the intoxicating allure of conquest was hard to resist, and he found himself lost in the thrill of it all. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, the warriors prepared to set sail once more. With their sails unfurled, the ships became a blur against the horizon, a fleet of promise and peril. Bjorn stood at the helm, feeling the wind whip through his hair like the breath of the gods. Each wave crashed against the ship, a reminder of the vast unknown that lay ahead. And yet, as they ventured further into the depths of the ocean, whispers of the past echoed in Bjorn's mind. The spirits of the fallen lingered, their tales entwined with his fate. Would he become a legend, etched in the annals of time? Or would he join the ranks of those who had paid the price for their ambition? The magic that once filled him with courage now sparked a fear that coursed through his veins like icy water. With every stroke of the oars, the tension built, between the thrill of discovery and the haunting pull of revenge from lands that would soon resist their presence. The horizon stretched endlessly before them, a promise of new adventures, yet a warning of the unseen dangers that awaited. The call of the unknown beckoned, and as Bjorn gazed toward the horizon, he could not shake the feeling that they were being drawn into a web of fate far beyond their understanding. The sea surged with life, and in that moment, every Viking ship became a vessel of destiny, sailing into a storm of magic, conquest, and the undeniable truth that the world was not just theirs for the taking. It belonged to the whispers of the earth and the spirits who guarded it, and as Bjorn's eyes narrowed against the rising sun, he knew the adventure had only just begun. The icy grip of winter held the valley in a chilling embrace, the air crisp and sharp like broken glass. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a haunting stillness settled over the landscape, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Beneath the surface of the frozen ground, ancient tales lay waiting, shrouded in frost and time. It was a silent promise, a beckoning call from the past that sent shivers down the spine of anyone brave enough to tread upon its surface. In the 21st century, scientists and archaeologists found themselves drawn to the icy expanses of the Arctic and Antarctic regions, where the cold preserved relics of a world long vanished. Each expedition brought a thrill, a fear, and an unquenchable thirst for knowledge that pulsed within their veins like the rhythm of a beating heart. What would they uncover? What stories lay buried in the ice, covered in layers of snow and centuries of history? One fateful day, a team of researchers stood in awe before a massive ice core, a seemingly ordinary chunk of frozen water that held within it the echoes of millennia. As they drilled carefully, the sound of metal against ice hummed in the air, each turn of the drill sending waves of anticipation rippling through the group. What would they find in the layers that had formed over thousands of years? A time capsule frozen in the elements, it could reveal the shifts of climate, the migrations of animals, or even the footprints of long-lost civilizations. As the core was extracted, a collective gasp filled the cold air. The ice was not just a simple collection of frozen water, it was a treasure trove of history, holding microscopic organisms and particles that bore witness to the Earth's changing climate. The researchers peered through their instruments, eyes widening with excitement as they identified pollen grains from plants that had thrived in what was now a barren expanse. This was more than science. It was a connection to the past, a whispered secret spoken through the ages. In another part of the world, beneath the icy veneer of a glacier, the remains of a prehistoric hunter lay entombed. His body, preserved in the frigid environment, was a striking reminder of the resilience and tenacity of humanity. When the ice melted just enough to expose his remains, a surge of curiosity and reverence washed over the team that arrived. They handled his tools with great care. Each spearhead, each bone spoke volumes about a life lived in harmony with nature's harshest elements. Each artifact unearthed carried layers of meaning. A small piece of jewelry, glimmering with the remnants of gold, told tales of craftsmanship and artistry from an age where beauty was as vital as survival. The team couldn't help but wonder, who had worn it? What moments had it witnessed? Each question hung in the air, thick with emotion, as they stood in the presence of history, feeling the weight of a life long extinguished but never forgotten. As they examined the landscape, they found cave paintings etched into stone, vivid colors still present despite the passage of time. These images, crafted by hands that had long since turned to dust, depicted animals that once roamed freely across the land. Stories of hunts, rituals, and the passage of seasons sprang to life with every brushstroke. The ancient artists poured their souls onto the stone, and now those secrets whispered through the ages, urging the modern world to remember. With each discovery, the ice revealed more than mere artifacts. It revealed a connection to humanity's shared journey. The team members felt a bond growing among themselves, driven by the same passionate pursuit of understanding. Laughter and tears mingled in the cold air as they shared stories of their own lives, drawing parallels between their experiences and those of the people who had come before them. The past was no longer a distant echo. It was alive in their hearts and minds. Unexpectedly, the weather shifted, dark clouds rolling in and thickening the air. The team scrambled to secure their findings, urgency igniting a fire within them. Nature, unpredictable and fierce, had a way of reminding them of their fragility. The wind howled, and the temperatures plummeted further, yet their resolve only deepened. In that moment, they understood that with each fragment of history they unearthed, they were not just uncovering facts, but weaving a narrative that transcended time. As the storm raged outside, a quiet realization settled over the group. They were not merely observers of this frozen world. They were part of it, woven into its fabric like the ancient stories waiting to be told. The chill of the air only intensified the warmth of their shared mission, hearts pounding with the thrill of the chase as they pressed on, determined to unearth every secret hidden beneath the ice. As night fell, the world around them transformed into a stark wasteland, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moon reflecting off the snow. In that haunting beauty, they found a source of inspiration, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. They were not alone. The spirits of those who had lived before were with them, urging them forward. With unwavering determination, they continued their work, knowing that each layer they peeled away brought them closer to answering the questions that had haunted humanity since the dawn of time. What had happened to those who had walked the same paths before them? What wisdom lay buried beneath the thawing ice? The answers felt tantalizingly close, yet forever just out of reach, like shadows dancing at the edge of perception. In the midst of their discoveries, the grip of the past tightened around them, each moment heavy with the weight of history. The ice was not just a barrier, it was a storyteller, a guardian of memories waiting to be revived. As they navigated the treacherous terrain, they felt a relentless pull, a sense of urgency that defied the elements. The secrets of the ice were more than simple facts. They were echoes of lives lived, dreams unfulfilled, and voices longing to be heard once more. And as the storm howled, the team pressed on, hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown, ready to uncover the next layer of mystery that lay just ahead, an adventure that would change everything they thought they knew about the world and their place within it. As the icy winds howled through the stark fjords of ancient Scandinavia, A figure wrapped in wool and leather stood with arms raised to the sky, invoking the forces of nature. The mountains loomed, their peaks lost in swirling clouds, and the air crackled with raw energy. It was a moment steeped in the weight of the world, a moment when the very essence of the elements intertwined with human desire. Here, in this unforgiving landscape, Norse magic thrived, shaped by the whims of the climate that governed every aspect of life. Snowstorms could rage for weeks, blanketing the world in a soft, white silence. The people huddled in their longhouses, shivering yet defiant. They had learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the trees, understanding that the climate was not merely a backdrop to their existence, but a living force that breathed with them. Each gust carried ancient wisdom, and each rustle of leaves became a language to decipher. In this harsh land, survival was a dance with the very magic of the world. The shadows lengthened as the sun dipped below the horizon, and the early nights created a canvas for the flickering flames of their hearths. Women gathered herbs under the pale light of the moon, their breaths visible in the cold air, crafting charms and potions that felt like a lifeline. They understood the seasons. The summer brought growth and fertility, a season for planting roots, while the winter demanded introspection and healing. The magic they wielded was not just for the joyful celebrations of life, but also a shield against the darkness that threatened to consume them. In the depths of winter, when days turned into an endless night, the Norse people would gather around the fire, sharing stories and legends that morphed into magic. Each tale was laced with the chill of the season, the frost creeping into their bones as they recounted the adventures of gods and heroes. They understood that the stories were more than mere entertainment. They were spells cast into the universe, binding them closer to the forces at play. The climate was their canvas, and through their words they painted images of hope against a backdrop of despair. But it was not all warmth and safety. Storms could come without warning. Thunderous roars echoed through the valleys, and the heavens would open up, unleashing torrents of rain that washed away homes and hearts alike. In those moments, magic turned desperate. Spells were cast in haste and rituals were performed with trembling hands, each word heavy with the urgency of survival. The bond between the Norse people and their environment deepened during these trials, as they sought to appease the very forces that could turn their lives upside down. The solstices marked significant turning points, celebrations of light returning after the long winter. Bonfires lit up the night, and the air was thick with the scent of roasting meat and the sound of laughter. The people danced, invoking the warmth of the sun to bless their crops and families. The climate dictated these moments of joy, a reminder that while the harshness of winter was inevitable, the light would always return. It was a cycle that brought comfort, a promise woven into the very fabric of their magic. As spring broke through the icy hold of winter, life surged back into the landscape. Flowers burst forth in vibrant colors, and the earth seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It was a time for planting and healing, and the Norse people harnessed the energy of the season. They gathered herbs and flowers, their fingers stained with the earth, crafting remedies to cure ailments and protect against the unseen. The climate had shifted, and with it the magic of the land transformed from a tool of survival to a catalyst for growth and renewal. But the climate was a fickle friend. As quickly as it gave, it could take away. Droughts could ravage the land, leaving crops withered and families desperate. In those darkest hours, the Norse turned inward, seeking the ancient knowledge passed down through generations. They would carve runes into stones and whisper prayers into the wind, hoping that their voices would reach the gods who watched over them. The atmosphere was charged with tension, every chant a plea for mercy from the relentless forces of nature. Even the northern lights, those shimmering curtains of color that danced across the night sky, were woven into the Norse understanding of magic. To some, they were seen as the souls of warriors celebrating in the afterlife. To others, they were omens, messages from the divine. The climate played a pivotal role in these celestial displays, the cold air and high latitude creating a spectacle that ignited the imagination. Each flicker of light evoked awe and reverence, a reminder of the connection between the earth and the heavens. Seasons came and went, each one a chapter in the rich tapestry of Norse life. The magic practiced by these resilient people was inextricably linked to the climate that shaped their existence. They understood that their spells and rituals were not isolated acts but rather a dialogue with the world around them. The fierce storms, the gentle rains, the sunlit days, and the starry nights all played their part in the grand narrative of magic, creating a rhythm that pulsed through the very core of their being. In the quiet moments, when the world settled into stillness, the Norse people could feel the heartbeat of the land beneath their feet. Magic was not just an art. It was a necessity, a lifeline to a world that could be as merciless as it was beautiful. They walked the fine line between reverence and fear, aware that every incantation, every charm, was a step into the unknown. It was a dance with destiny that left them both exhilarated and terrified. As the night deepened and the winds began to stir anew, a subtle change was in the air. Shadows flickered and the distant rumble of thunder echoed through the valleys. In that moment, the bond between the Norse people and their climate crystallized. Their magic was not just a reflection of their hopes and dreams, but a testament to their survival in a world that was as unpredictable as the weather itself. The fire crackled, and the winds whispered secrets, calling them to embrace the next challenge that lay ahead, a challenge intertwined with the very essence of existence. In a dimly lit hall of an ancient longhouse, the air thick with the scent of wood smoke and the crackling of a great fire, a figure stands at the edge of the flickering light. This was not just a storyteller. This was a weaver of dreams, a guardian of a world lost to time. All eyes were on him, expectant and hungry for tales that sent shivers down the spine. As he began, the shadows danced, and the walls seemed to breathe with the weight of history. Long ago, he breathed, his voice a low rumble. Before the first stone was laid and the sun painted the skies, there existed gods and giants, heroes and monsters. His words hung in the air like a spell, and the listeners leaned closer, their hearts pounding as visions of fierce battles and celestial beings filled their minds. The stories of the poetic and prose Edda were not mere fables. They were the lifeblood of a culture, a rich tapestry woven from threads of myth and history. Speaking of creation and destruction, love and betrayal. From the depths of the earth, Ymir, the primordial giant, stirred. His blood flowed like rivers and his bones became the mountains. The audience could almost feel the ground shake beneath them, the thrill of creation sparking their imaginations. They gasped at the thought of Odin, the Allfather, sacrificing himself on the world tree, Yggdrasil, to gain the wisdom of the runes. His eye, traded for knowledge, sparked an understanding that transcended time, a sacrifice that resonated with each person in that hall. Could they, too, find a path to enlightenment through hardship? Then came the tales of the brave heroes. Fierce and unyielding, a warrior named Sigurd, with courage that ignited the spirit, slayed dragons and fought for honor, all while the weight of prophecy hung over him like a dark cloud. The storyteller's voice rose, filled with fervor, as he recounted Sigurd's fateful encounter with the cursed gold of the Nibelungs. The air was electric. Breaths were held tight as the listeners felt the sting of betrayal, the weight of greed, and the inevitability of fate pressing in on them. Sigurd's triumph was bittersweet, a reminder that glory often walks hand in hand with tragedy. As the tale twisted and turned, the mood shifted. The cunning Loki, a trickster god, danced on the edge of chaos, his laughter echoing ominously. He was both friend and foe, betraying the gods with a mere whisper, weaving a web of deceit that ensnared even the mightiest among them. The tension in the room thickened. The listeners could sense his dark magic swirling like a storm, stirring unease deep within their souls. Would the gods fall victim to their own hubris, or could they reclaim their power from the shadowy grip of betrayal? The storyteller paused, letting the weight of Loki's treachery sink in. He spoke now of Ragnarök, the fated end of days when giants would clash with gods, fire would devour the earth, and a new world would emerge from the ashes. The audience felt a chill run down their spines, a haunting thrill at the thought of the world's end and rebirth. Would they stand with the gods? Would they fight for their beliefs? A sense of urgency filled the hall, as if the fates of the listeners themselves were entwined with those of the fallen heroes. Each tale, each character was a reflection of humanity, flawed, brave, and deeply connected to the forces of nature and fate. The poetic Edda, with its verses that sang of valor, love, and loss, painted a portrait of a world where every action echoed across the ages. The prose Edda, in its prose-filled wisdom, revealed the secrets of the gods, the very fabric of existence. It was as if the characters leapt from the pages, their struggles and triumphs igniting a fire within every heart present. The atmosphere shifted again, the storyteller's voice lowering to a whisper, drawing the audience in closer. He spoke of the Valkyries, ethereal maidens who chose the slain, guiding them to Valhalla, where they would feast and prepare for the ultimate battle. The listeners could feel the warmth of bravery and the chill of sacrifice. They imagined themselves as warriors, their spirits soaring on the wings of the Valkyries, longing to be remembered in the annals of time. With each word, the fire crackled brighter, shadows flickering like the spirits of those long past. The tension built as the tales wound tighter, each interwoven with threads of fate, love, and the harsh realities of existence. How could one man's greed lead to the downfall of gods? How could a mere whisper spark a war among beings of such power? The stories were like a river, meandering through moments of joy and sorrow, each band revealing more about the human experience. As the last tale spilled from the storyteller's lips, a hush fell over the hall, a moment suspended in time. Each listener sat enraptured, grappling with the weight of the stories that had just unfolded. The echoes of gods and giants, heroes and betrayals, resonated within them, awakening a longing for connection to something greater, a universal truth that transcended time and space. And then, just as the fire began to flicker out, the storyteller leaned forward, a glint in his eye. "But the tales do not end here," he said, his voice like silk, wrapped around their very souls. "For from the embers of Ragnarök, a new dawn will rise, filled with hope and the promise of rebirth. What comes next is yet to be written, waiting for those who dare to dream and believe." With that, the shadows deepened, the air thrummed with anticipation, and the listeners found themselves caught in a web of stories that seemed to stretch infinitely before them. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of life, the dance of fate intertwining with their own. They were not merely spectators in this grand tapestry. They were threads woven into the very fabric of existence, eager to see how their own stories would unfold. What awaited them beyond the flickering firelight was a realm of possibilities, where the past breathed life into the present and the future shimmered like a distant star, just waiting to be reached. A cold wind rustled through the ancient trees of a Norwegian forest, carrying whispers of old spells and forgotten rituals. Underneath the gray sky, a woman stood barefoot on the earth, feeling the pulse of the land beneath her. Her heart raced as she felt the weight of her ancestors around her, their magic coursing through her veins. The air shimmered with possibilities, and in that moment she knew she was part of something far greater than herself. A legacy that had survived centuries, transcending time and space. Norse magic, an intricate tapestry woven with threads of history, nature, and the divine, had begun to rise again among those who sought to reconnect with the spirits of the past. In every chant and every offering, echoes of the ancients reverberated, resonating with a deep, primal energy that stirred the soul. Those who practiced it felt a magnetic pull toward the old gods. Odin, Freyja, and Thor, guardians of wisdom, love, and strength. It was more than mere reverence. It was an awakening, a rekindling of ancient flames, as if the very spirits of the Norse pantheon watched closely, waiting for their children to remember. In gatherings under the full moon, practitioners would light candles and recite the names of their ancestors, invoking their strength and guidance. Each flicker of flame danced like the spirits themselves, illuminating the night with both warmth and mystery. The rituals held a powerful resonance, drawing on the runes, symbols etched in stone that held meaning beyond comprehension. These symbols, once used by seers and warriors, conveyed messages from realms unseen. Each letter was a doorway, each word a spell. The seiðr, a form of magic practiced by Norse women, beckoned those willing to enter its enigmatic embrace. It was said that the seeress could weave the fates of individuals, guiding them through life's stormy seas. Their chants, layered with emotion, poured forth like honey, sweet yet heavy with purpose. As the practitioners gathered in dimly lit circles, the air thickened with anticipation. The crackle of the fire mirrored their rising energy, a heartbeat of the earth that resonated with the very essence of creation. Among these modern practitioners were those who sought not just connection to the divine, but also empowerment. As they donned cloaks inspired by ancient designs, they transformed into vessels of power, embodying the spirits of warriors long past. Their hearts beat in rhythm with the drums, calling forth strength and courage, channeling energies that had been dormant for centuries. With each pulse, the blood of their ancestors surged within them, igniting a fervor that could not be contained. Yet the journey was not without its shadows. The echoes of history carried warnings, tales of hubris and despair that had once led to the fall of the mighty. The sagas spoke of Ragnarök, a cataclysm that brought about the end of the world, a reminder that power must be wielded with wisdom. In quiet moments, practitioners pondered the delicate balance of creation and destruction, the eternal dance of life and death. They understood that reverence for the old ways required humility, a respect for the forces they sought to invoke. The legacy of Norse magic in modern paganism was also a tapestry of resilience, a response to the modern world that often felt chaotic and disconnected. Like the ancient warriors who faced fearsome battles, those who practice today clung to the threads of their heritage, weaving new meanings into old spells. They found solace in nature, embracing the cycles of the seasons, celebrating the turning of the wheel of the year. From the frost of Yule to the blooming of Beltane, each festival was a ritual of rebirth, a reminder that life continued in all its beautiful fragility. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, stories were shared, each tale a testament to the unbreakable bond between past and present. The practitioners spoke of dreams that felt prophetic, of visions that guided them through dark times. Each shared experience was like a thread, binding them together in a living tapestry of hope, courage, and connection. The magic was not merely a relic of the past. It pulsed through their daily lives, guiding decisions and shaping destinies. In the flickering shadows, the air thickened with potential. A young man stood in the center of the circle, his eyes ablaze with determination. He spoke of a vision he had, a call to action, a message that implored the group to rise up and embrace their magic, not just for themselves, but for the world around them. There was urgency in his voice, a sense that the time had come to reclaim power that had been suppressed for too long. The group felt a swell of energy, a collective heartbeat quickening as they realized their purpose extended beyond personal empowerment. It was a duty to the earth, to the community, to the very essence of what it meant to be alive. With each ritual performed, the boundaries between the past and present dissolved, creating a sacred space where time became fluid. The ancestors were not merely figures of history. They were alive in the hearts of those who honored them. The power of Norse magic surged, a living current that connected lives across generations. Every rune carved, every incantation spoken, was a bridge to the wisdom of ages. The deep resonance of their traditions echoed in the fabric of their modern lives, creating a rich tapestry that felt like home. And as the night stretched on, with spirits swirling in the shadows, the air grew thick with promise. New paths were being forged, and each individual felt the tug of destiny. The legacy of Norse magic was not simply a remembrance of what was lost, but a vibrant creation of what could be. As they stood together, hands joined in solidarity, a chorus of voices rose into the night, a powerful invocation that would ripple through time, embracing both the old and the new. The magic was alive, flowing through them like a river, shaping their lives in ways they could only begin to comprehend. With hearts racing and spirits awakened, they knew the journey was far from over. The fire crackled and the shadows danced, drawing them ever closer to the edge of the unknown, to the next revelation that awaited in the darkness. In a world where the winds whispered ancient secrets and the shadows danced beneath the moonlight, animals held a power that pulsed through the very fabric of Norse magic. The villagers of the icy north understood this bond instinctively, as if the spirits of the forest had woven a connection between them and the creatures that roamed the land. Each animal was not just a being to be hunted or tamed. They were emissaries of the gods, vessels of wisdom and strength, each carrying a story that resonated with the heartbeats of those who dared to listen. The night was alive with the sounds of the wilderness, a low growl of a wolf echoing through the trees, the soft rustle of a deer slipping quietly over the frost-kissed ground. The Norse believed that each animal held a piece of the cosmos within them. The majestic eagle, soaring high above, was revered as a messenger between the gods and men. Its sharp eyes could pierce through illusions, revealing truths hidden beneath layers of fate. The eagle was not merely a bird, but a conduit of wisdom, its feathers often used in rituals to summon clarity and insight. In a secluded glade, beneath the watchful gaze of towering oaks, a shaman prepared for a sacred rite. He wore a cloak made of raven feathers, symbols of knowledge and transformation draping his shoulders. Ravens, with their haunting caws, were known as the keepers of secrets, and the shaman understood that their presence heightened his connection to the other world. As he chanted in a voice that trembled with reverence, he reached out, hoping to summon the spirit of a raven to guide him through the realms beyond the veil. The air crackled with anticipation, and in that moment it felt as if the very forest had fallen silent, holding its breath in unison with him. In the midst of this ritual, a subtle shift in the atmosphere hinted at the arrival of the raven. Its dark wings sliced through the air as it landed gracefully on a nearby branch, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that sent shivers down the shaman's spine. The raven cawed, a sound that echoed like thunder in the stillness, resonating with the weight of ages. The shaman felt a rush, a melding of thoughts as if the bird was sharing the thoughts of 1,000 ancestors. The magic of the moment enveloped him, and he knew that he was not alone. The spirit of the raven would guide him, weaving through the strands of fate to reveal truths that lay far beyond the reach of mere mortals. Meanwhile, in another part of the land, a warrior prepared for battle, adorned with the fierce symbols of the bear. The bear was a symbol of strength and resilience, its spirit believed to lend courage to those who invoked it. The warrior would often spend nights in the forest, seeking a connection to this powerful creature. He would sit silently, waiting for the bear's spirit to reveal itself, to share its ferocity and tenacity. When dawn broke, he emerged from the woods, transformed with a heart full of the bear's spirit, ready to face whatever foes lay ahead. But the bond with animals was not merely one of physical strength, it was also intertwined with emotion. The wolf, often seen as a harbinger of death, also symbolized loyalty and companionship. Within the tribe, the howling of wolves was a reminder of the bonds that tied them together. Stories would be told around fires, of a mother wolf who would sacrifice herself to save her pups, her fierce love shining like a beacon. The Norse people felt this love, recognizing that it mirrored their own familial ties. They believed that by honoring the wolf, they were honoring the very essence of loyalty that bound their clans together. In the evenings, children would whisper secrets to the moon, sharing their dreams with the spirits of animals that they believed watched over them. They would draw pictures of their favorite creatures, foxes with their clever eyes, otters that played in the streams, and the mighty stag that ruled the forests. Each drawing was an offering, a heartfelt plea for guidance and protection. The children felt a thrill in imagining that these animals were listening, their spirits flitting through the night air, offering comfort in the darkness. As the seasons shifted, so too did the animals' roles in the tapestry of Norse magic. With the arrival of spring, the lowly hare became a symbol of fertility and rebirth. It was believed that the presence of a hare could bring blessings of abundance and prosperity. Farmers would leave offerings of grain in the fields, whispering prayers to the hares that danced between the rows, hoping to entice the spirits to bless their harvest. The hares, with their twitching noses and swift movements, embodied the very pulse of life itself, a reminder that amidst the harshness of winter, new beginnings awaited. But the connection to animals was not without its darkness. The Norse also recognized the duality of these creatures. The serpent, a being of both wisdom and treachery, was feared yet revered. Its ability to shed its skin was emblematic of transformation, a powerful metaphor for life's cyclical nature. In moments of turmoil, individuals would seek the serpent's spirit, hoping to harness its ability to adapt to change. Yet they understood the price that came with such power. The snake could just as easily represent betrayal, and invoking it required a careful balance of respect and caution. As the night deepened, stories spread like wildfire through the villages, tales of encounters with mystical animals that guided, protected, and sometimes frightened. A man who had once seen a fantastic white stag in the misty woods told of how it had led him to a hidden spring, a source of healing that had saved his ailing child. The villagers listened, entranced, their hearts pounding with the thrill of the miraculous. The stag, like an elusive dream, embodied hope and the promise of brighter days. And yet, the looming shadows of the past reminded them that magic was not just about what animals could give. It was also about what they could take away. As they gathered under the stars, the villagers felt the weight of their ancestors' stories, the sacrifices made for the sake of survival, and the haunting echoes of those who had crossed paths with the divine and returned changed forever. As the last embers of the fire flickered, a shaman began to sing a haunting tune, a melody that seemed to weave through the night air, echoing the tales of all the animals that walk the earth. It was a call to honor the spirits that had guided their ancestors, a reminder that every howl, every beat of wings, and every whisper of fur held a piece of their shared destiny. The villagers felt the pull of the animals, their emotions intertwined with the very essence of existence. The night was alive with magic, a tapestry of memories and dreams, and as the song filled the air, it blurred the line between the human and the animal, the seen and the unseen. In that very moment, the villagers understood that they were part of something greater, a living connection to the wild and the world of spirits that thrived beyond the reach of the human eye, binding them together in a web of life, love, and unfathomable mystery. The chill of the northern winds carries whispers of ancient craft, where the flickering light of a fire dances against the rough-hewn walls of a Viking longhouse. The warmth of the flames contrasts sharply with the biting cold outside but within. Magic vibrates in the very air, a natural pulse that beats in time with the heart of the earth. This is a world where the mystical and the mundane intertwine, where every rune carved into wood, every symbol etched into stone, tells a story steeped in power and belief. In this vibrant landscape, Norse magic reveals itself not just in spells or incantations, but in the artistry of the people. The intricate designs on their shields and helmets, the swirling patterns that adorn their textiles, and the haunting figures that leap from stone to life, all weave a tapestry rich with meaning and intention. The artistry goes beyond mere decoration. It serves as a conduit to the divine, a way to connect with the unseen forces that drive the universe. Consider a shield, its surface gleaming under the light of the fire. A dragon spirals around the edge, its eyes fierce and alive, ready to protect its bearer. This is not simply a creature of legend. It embodies the spirit of chaos and power, a guardian against the chaos of battle. The runes etched into the wood beneath the paint are not just letters. They are language woven from the very fabric of the cosmos, connecting the warrior to the ancient gods, channeling strength and protection. Every stroke of the artist's hand is deliberate, each symbol a prayer. The swirling knots and intertwining shapes found on the wooden beams of homes speak to the interconnectedness of life, the flow of energy that binds all things. The Norse believed in a world alive with spirits, where every tree, rock, and stream held a story waiting to be unveiled. The art of this time echoes with the voices of those who came before, each piece a manifestation of their hopes, fears, and dreams. Step into the realm of the gods, where the great Odin, with his one eye gazing deep into the mysteries of the universe, inspires countless artisans. They carve his image on amulets and altars, not merely to honor him, but to capture a fragment of his wisdom, to invoke his guidance. The symbols associated with him, such as the Valknut, 3 interlocked triangles, intertwine the realms of life, death, and rebirth, reminding those who gaze upon them of the cycle that binds all existence. The sagas, too, weave magic into their narrative. The tales of gods and giants, of love and betrayal, come alive through the artistry of the people. In the flicker of candlelight, a storyteller recounts the adventures of Thor, his hammer Mjolnir crackling with power, capable of summoning thunder and lightning. It's a story not just told, but felt, as the listeners can almost hear the roar of the storm and feel the ground shake beneath their feet. The imagery is vivid, evoking the primal forces that shape their world. In the shadowy corners of ancient burial mounds, the haunting faces of the past stare back from the intricately carved stones. Each figure, a warrior, a shield maiden, a god, holds secrets within their stone gaze. The depictions are not lifeless. They pulse with the energy of the spirit world, embodying the magic believed to guide the deceased into the afterlife. The artistry serves a dual purpose: to honor the dead and to ensure their safe passage, woven with spells and blessings. A glimpse at the tapestries draping the walls reveals scenes of gods battling giants, of brave heroes embarking on epic quests. Each thread spun with intention, each color chosen for its meaning. The deep reds and blacks signify courage and death, while blues and greens evoke the vastness of the sea and the promise of rebirth. These images resonate with the very marrow of their existence, reminding the living of their connection to both the divine and the earth. Even the mundane objects of daily life are imbued with magic. The simple wooden spoon, carved with the likeness of a protective spirit, transforms a basic act of nourishment into a ritual. The spirit is believed to watch over the family, ensuring that every meal shared is filled with love and warmth. Magic seeps into every facet of existence, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, where every object carries the weight of intention. As the night deepens, the air thickens with enchantment. The flickering shadows play tricks, morphing into ghostly figures of past ancestors, urging the living to remember their roots. The stories told around the fire become incantations, weaving a spellbinding circle of connection between the present and the past. Each voice, rich with emotion, echoes through time, a reminder of the shared heritage and the magic that binds them. In this world of Norse magic, art and iconography are not merely for decoration, they are a lifeline, a bridge to the divine. They are the heartbeat of a culture that revered the natural world, that saw beauty and power in every shadow and light. Each piece of art, every story told, carries the weight of history and the promise of continuity. It beckons the soul to remember, to reflect, to feel the pulse of magic that courses through the veins of existence. The artistic expressions of the Norse people continue to resonate, echoing through the centuries, stirring something primal within those who encounter them. As the shadows lengthen and the fire crackles softly, the magic lingers, wrapping itself around the heart, a reminder that the stories, the symbols, and the spirits endure, waiting to be embraced once more. The night stretches on, alive with possibilities, as the veil between the worlds remains tantalizingly thin, inviting those who dare to look deeper into the shimmering depths of history and magic that await just beyond the flickering flames. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that danced around the flickering flames of the bonfire. Shadows stretched and twisted as if they too were part of the ancient ritual about to unfold. The villagers gathered in a close circle, their breath hanging in the chilly evening air, mingling with the scent of wood smoke and the unmistakable aroma of the earth. Tonight was the blot, the sacred time when the community offered their hearts, their prayers, and their sacrifices to the gods they held dear. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow on the scene, the chieftain stepped forward, his presence commanding and resolute. Clad in woolen garments adorned with symbols of protection and power, he raised his arms in reverence. His voice, though low, echoed with centuries of tradition, a chant that reverberated through the bones of the earth and the souls of the gathered. The villagers listened intently, their spirits entwined with the ancient words that spoke of renewal, gratitude, and the cyclical dance of life and death. The offerings began, a procession of gifts meant to appease the powerful forces watching from beyond. Each item placed on the altar, a wooden bowl of honey, a hand-woven cloth, a gleaming blade, was a testament to the villagers' devotion. But the most important offering was yet to come. The tension in the air intensified, the flames flickered wildly as if sensing the gravity of the moment. Eyes widened and hearts raced as the villagers understood that the true heart of the blot lay in sacrifice. A young goat, bleating softly, was brought forward by a trembling boy, the son of a farmer. There was no mistaking the dread on his face, the way his hands shook as they cradled the creature. The goat, innocent and pure, seemed to understand its fate, its wide eyes glistening with fear. This was not just an animal. It was a bridge between the living and the divine. The boy cast a glance toward his father, who nodded solemnly, the weight of tradition heavy on his shoulders. There was no turning back now. This was the way. With each step toward the altar, the boy felt the earth beneath his feet. It was cold, grounding, a reminder of the life that thrived around them. The villagers held their breath. The only sound echoing was the crackling of the fire and the soft thud of the goat's hooves on the ground. It was a moment suspended in time, where the past met the present in a heart-wrenching embrace. As the chieftain raised the ceremonial blade glimmering under the moonlight, a collective sigh escaped from the crowd. They were bound together in this moment, sharing the weight of the sacrifice. This was not merely about the offering itself. It was an expression of their deepest fears and hopes, a plea for favor from the unseen forces that held their fates in their hands. The blade struck true, sharp, and clean, and the crowd gasped, their emotions swirling like the smoke that spiraled upward into the night. The boy fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as the life ebbed from the creature. It was a bitter release, a necessary pain that echoed through the hearts of all present. The blood pooled on the altar, a vivid crimson offering that would honor the gods and nourish the earth. The ritual was not just an act of surrender. It was a deep, unbreakable bond forged with the divine, a promise to give and to receive. In that moment, the air shimmered with energy, the villagers sensing a shift, a connection to something far greater than themselves. They could almost feel the presence of their gods, hovering like a distant melody just out of reach. The fire roared to life, consuming the offerings and sending plumes of smoke skyward, carrying their prayers into the night. It was a dance of life and death, an eternal cycle that would resonate through the ages. As the villagers joined hands and began to chant, their voices rose and fell like waves against the shore. The rhythm pulsed, vibrant and alive, weaving together their hopes and fears, binding them as a community. Each word spoken was a reminder of their strength, their unity, and their connection to the divine. The night was no longer just a backdrop. It became a living entity, a witness to their sacrifice and devotion. But as the fire crackled, a sudden wind swept through the clearing, chilling the air and sending shudders down their spines. The flickering flames danced wildly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. Was it a sign from the gods? A warning, perhaps? The villagers exchanged worried glances, a flicker of doubt igniting in their hearts. The ritual they had performed with such fervor now felt precarious, the balance between offering and acceptance hanging by a thread. The chieftain, sensing the unease, pressed on with the ritual, his voice steady. He called for the final offering, the essence of their gratitude, the communal bond that would tie them to the divine. A brazen boar, strong and wild, was led forward, its snout against the earth, sensing the gravity of what lay ahead. As it was tied to the altar, the villagers felt their hearts race again, a mix of reverence and dread coursing through their veins. The final act was upon them, the moment when the veil between worlds thinned and the gods would decide their fate. Would the blood of the fallen boar seal their bond, or would it be swallowed by the darkness that loomed ever closer? With every heartbeat, they stood at the precipice, fingers intertwined, bodies trembling with the weight of their shared history, preparing to confront the unknown that awaited them. The fire crackled louder, the flames licking the night sky as the ritual continued, an unbroken thread tethering the living to the divine. The air crackled with tension as the war drums echoed through the valley, a rhythmic heartbeat of a culture steeped in both violence and wonder. Underneath the deep blue sky, warriors adorned in bronze and leather prepared for battle, their bodies glistening with sweat and anticipation. Yet what set this tribe apart was not just their prowess in combat, but the whispers of magic that curled around them like an invisible cloak, binding them to something greater than themselves. On the fringes of the encampment, a shaman stood with arms raised to the heavens, her voice a melodic incantation that resonated with the very earth beneath her feet. Her ancient words wove through the air, laced with secrets passed down through generations. The warriors, eyes closed and chests heaving, felt the pulse of her magic igniting their spirits, fueling their courage as they prepared to face their enemies. The line between the mystical and the martial blurred in that sacred moment, revealing a truth that was as old as time itself. Magic was not merely an art of illusion, but a lifeblood, a force that intertwined with the very essence of warrior culture. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shades of orange and purple across the sky, the scene shifted. Campfires crackled to life, illuminating faces painted with symbols that told tales of valor and fate. Each mark held a story, each warrior a legacy, stories of ancestors who had danced with spirits, who had wielded the power of the winds and the rains, mingled with the grit of battle and the taste of iron. The sacred and the brutal were inseparable here. One could not exist without the other. Magic was the weapon of the heart, a shield against despair, allowing warriors to face the horrors of war without losing their souls. The wind howled as night fell, and the warriors gathered around the flames, listening intently to the shaman's tales. Her voice wove through the darkness, recounting legendary encounters with spirits who guided the brave into victory or warned the foolish of their doom. The listeners leaned closer, hearts pounding in their chests, for in those moments they were not just men and women preparing for a conflict, they were part of a grand tapestry that stretched across the stars, woven with threads of fate and magic. But the greatest tales were those that spoke of the bond between warrior and shaman, the sacred partnership that formed the backbone of their culture. Warriors did not merely seek the shaman's blessing, they sought her wisdom, her connection to the unseen. In return, the shaman drew strength from the bravery of her warriors, using their courage to channel the energies of the earth and sky. A soldier's steel and a shaman's spell became a potent force, one that could change the tide of battle in an instant. As the night wore on, a sharp crack pierced the air, a signal that the enemy was near. Tension coiled like a serpent among the warriors, but the shaman stood firm, her voice steady and unwavering. She raised her arms once more, her words a soothing balm, invoking the spirits to protect them. The warriors felt a surge of warmth wash over them, a magical embrace that fortified their resolve. It whispered to them of victory, of honor, and of glory that awaited beyond the clash of swords. In the heat of battle, as steel met steel and shouts of war echoed through the chaos, the connection between magic and warrior culture became painfully evident. Each warrior fought not just for survival, but for the very essence of their identity, their magic intertwining with their resolve. A warrior could feel the power of the earth beneath their feet, the call of the spirits urging them forward, each swing of their sword a dance that echoed the ancient rhythms of their ancestors. They were not alone on the battlefield. They were part of something larger, something powerful and ethereal. A young warrior, his heart pounding like a wild drum, found himself face to face with an adversary, fear momentarily gripping him. But, in that instant, he recalled the words of the shaman. The spirits would not let him fall. With a fierce battle cry, he swung his sword, every ounce of magic and strength surging through him, driving him forward. The clash rang out, a sound that transcended time, a reminder that the heart of a warrior beats in rhythm with the pulse of the world. As victory hung in the air, the connection between the warriors and their magic became a tangible force. Each triumphant shout was a tribute to the spirits that guided them, the magic that flowed within them, and the bond that united them as one. They fought not as isolated individuals, but as a collective, a family, bound by honor and the sacred traditions that shaped their very existence. The night wore on, and as the last echoes of battle faded, the warriors gathered once again around the flickering flames. Their bodies were weary, but their spirits soared high, buoyed by the knowledge that magic coursed through their veins and that they had triumphed together. Laughter broke the solemnity of the night, voices rising in a chorus of celebration, a reminder of the ties that bound them. Yet, as the embers glowed softly, a chill swept through the air, a whisper that danced just beyond their grasp. The shaman's gaze turned toward the dark horizon, sensing an unknown force stirring in the shadows. Uncertainty hung heavy in the air, a promise that the tales of magic and war were far from over. The warriors, emboldened by their recent triumphs, prepared to face whatever lay ahead, their hearts beating in time with the ancient rhythms of their culture, where magic and might walked hand in hand, a sacred bond that would guide them into the unknown. The fire crackled, the night deepened, and with it, the promise of more battles, more magic, and more stories waiting to be written. In the flickering light of a fire, shadows danced across the rugged walls of a Viking longhouse. Outside, the northern winds howled like a pack of wolves, but inside, the warmth and smell of wood smoke wrapped around the gathered clan like a thick blanket. In this sacred space, a hush fell as the village's seer, an old woman with silver hair braided with wildflowers, prepared to share a tale. The flickering flame mirrored the excitement in the room, each crackle echoing like heartbeats as her voice rose and fell with the rhythm of the flames. "Dreams are whispers from the gods," she began, her eyes glinting like polished stones. "They tell of paths not yet walked, of battles not yet fought. Tonight, I will tell you of a vision I had, a glimpse of the past and the future entwined." The anticipation in the air was palpable, a living thing. As the audience leaned forward, drawn into her words, Once, long ago in the shadow of towering mountains, a young warrior named Eric lay restless in his bed. The weight of his ancestors pressed on his chest, a mix of duty and fear coiling tightly around his heart. That night, as the world outside faded into silence, he slipped into the realm of dreams. In that ethereal plane, the lines between reality and fantasy blurred. He found himself standing at the edge of a great forest, the trees whispering secrets only he could hear. From the darkness emerged a figure, cloaked in shadows and mystery. The air crackled with anticipation as Eric realized this was no ordinary being, but Freyja, the goddess of love and war. Her presence radiated power, her golden hair flowing like molten sunlight. "You seek answers, young one," she spoke, her voice like the chiming of distant bells. "But answers come wrapped in riddles." With a flick of her hand, the forest transformed before his eyes. Images swirled around him. Battles fought, blood spilled, and glory won. Yet, beneath the triumph, he saw the faces of his fallen kin, their eyes pleading for remembrance. "To honor them," she continued, "you must tread the path of both love and war. The balance is crucial." Eric felt a shiver run down his spine. Was he ready to carry such a weight? As dawn broke, he awakened with a start, heart racing and mind ablaze with the vivid images of his dream. The vision stayed with him like a haunting melody, each note echoing in his thoughts. He knew he had to act, to seek counsel from the wise and the old. The elders spoke of dreams as sacred messages, a bridge to the divine. "Visions come to those who listen," they would say, their voices steeped in the wisdom of generations. Eric gathered his courage and sought out the seer, the old woman who had guided many before him. She sat amidst herbs and runes, her fingers dancing across the stones as she listened to the young warrior's tale. "Dreams are not mere fantasies," she mused, eyes narrowing in concentration. "They are threads in the tapestry of fate. You must interpret them, or they will fade like mist." Through days and nights, Eric wrestled with the meaning of his vision. He walked among the clan, listening to their stories, their hopes, their fears. Each conversation felt like a part of the puzzle falling into place. He felt the pull of destiny weave tighter around him, an unbreakable bond forming between him and the spirits of his ancestors. But fate's hand is fickle. One stormy night, as the waves crashed against the rocky shore, a messenger arrived breathless and wild-eyed. A neighboring clan had declared war, and the shadows of conflict loomed over them like an impending storm. The village bristled with tension. Eric felt the weight of his vision pressing down on him. Was this what Freyja foresaw? As the warriors gathered to prepare, Eric's heart raced. He stood at the edge of the crowd, the fire's glow highlighting the resolve in his eyes. The seer's voice echoed in his mind. "To honor those who came before, you must lead with heart, not just fury." That night, as the village lay shrouded in uncertainty, Eric returned to sleep, hoping for more guidance. His dreams took him back to the forest. Freyja appeared once more, but this time her expression was grave. "The bloodshed may not end with war. You must find peace amid the chaos. Seek out the one you fear the most, for therein lies the true victory." He awoke to dawn's light, the meaning of her words settling in his bones. He had to confront not only the enemy, but himself, the fears that lurked in his heart. The battle was not just external, it was internal too. He felt a new fire ignite within him, a blend of courage and compassion. Days passed, and the clash of steel echoed through the valleys. Eric led his comrades with a fierce spirit, but he could not shake the vision of unity he had seen. In the midst of battle, he spotted the leader of the opposing clan, a fierce warrior named Bjorn, who seemed just as entrenched in the fight as he was. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, Eric's mind flashed back to Freyja's words. With each clash of weapons, Eric felt the pull of destiny, the weight of his ancestors guiding him. He fought fiercely, Yet all the while he sought Bjorn, aiming not just to defeat but to understand. And when their swords finally crossed, it was not only a battle of strength, but of hearts. In that charged moment, Eric saw the fear mirrored in Bjorn's eyes, the same fear of loss, of duty, of betrayal. "Enough!" Eric shouted, the fire in his heart burning brighter than ever before. "We fight for the same reasons. Let us end this bloodshed." The words hung in the air like a spell, electric and charged, as the clamor of war faded into a tense silence. He saw the flicker of uncertainty in Bjorn's eyes, a crack in the armor of hatred built over years. As the winds howled outside the longhouse, the old seer smiled knowingly, for she understood that dreams and visions were not merely gifts, but tools for transformation. The flames flickered, casting shadows that danced like the souls of the brave who had fought and fallen. A new vision was brewing, one that would stretch far beyond the realm of dreams into the very fabric of their world. The heartbeats of the audience quickened as they sensed the change, the possibility of healing woven into the night, like threads of fate waiting to be sewn into a new story. The icy winds of the north carried whispers of a time when magic danced through the air like the shimmering lights of the aurora borealis. In the flickering shadows of ancient longhouses, the air crackled with the energy of rituals, where seers and shield maidens invoked the power of the gods. But as the echoes of laughter faded and the embers of the fires dimmed, a heavy silence began to settle over these hallowed grounds. The age of Norse magic was waning, a slow and painful decline that left wounds on the very fabric of the Norse spirit. In a world where the old ways thrived, the seer, or Völva, would weave spells of protection, healing, and foresight, her voice rising above the clamor of the everyday. Her staff, adorned with symbols of the realm she called upon, stood tall as her connection to the divine. Women gathered in circles, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, sharing secrets of the past and the future, binding their fates with each incantation. But as the sun began to rise on a new era, a shadow loomed, a relentless tide of change that threatened to pull the very foundation of their beliefs into the depths. The arrival of Christianity had been both a beacon of hope and a harbinger of doom. As the missionaries walked the rugged paths of Scandinavia, their voices echoed like thunder, drowning out the soft murmur of the old gods. They preached a singular truth, a narrative that brushed aside the rich tapestry of Norse mythology, branding it as superstition. With each sermon, the power of the Völva began to wane, her magic relegated to the realm of the forgotten. It was a bittersweet farewell, one filled with longing and loss as the sacred rites of yore were buried beneath the weight of a new dogma. In the small village of Hålogaland, a young woman named Ingrid felt the tremors of this change deep within her bones. She was a descendant of powerful seers, her grandmother's stories etched into her soul like runes upon stone. The scent of herbs and the sound of chanting still echoed in her mind, but the world was shifting. Neighbors who once sought her grandmother's wisdom were now drawn to the church, seeking salvation instead of spells. The fire in Ingrid's heart flickered uncertainly, but she clung to the remnants of magic, yearning to conjure the spirits of her ancestors one last time. One frigid night, under a blanket of stars, she gathered what few others remained. A circle of flickering candles formed their boundary, and the air hummed with anticipation. Ingrid raised her arms and called upon the old gods, invoking the strength of Freyja and the wisdom of Odin. The cold wind swirled around them, almost playfully, as if the very elements were responding to her call. But as the night deepened, a creeping dread settled in. Would anyone truly listen? Was there still power in words whispered to the void? As dawn broke, a heavy heart weighed upon the group. The magic of the night was fleeting. The world had moved on. When the last embers faded, so too did the hope that had flickered in their hearts. The congregation grew smaller, the whispers softer. Each woman who left carried with her a piece of the old ways, a fragment of a world that was slipping away like sand through fingers. Ingrid felt the tears sting her eyes, for she understood that she was standing at the edge of a vast chasm, one where the knowledge of the ancients teetered precariously. Days turned into years, and the village transformed. The once vibrant gatherings turned into hushed conversations, spoken only in shadows and fears. The stories of Valkyries and giants were numbed by the chill of indifference. The sacred groves, once teeming with life, were cut down to make way for crosses and steeples that reached for the heavens like fingers grasping for salvation. The soil where sacred rituals had taken place was now trampled by the feet of those who had forgotten. Ingrid became a ghost in her own life, wandering the woods alone, gathering herbs that whispered secrets only she could hear. She watched as the magic of her ancestors faded into the mists, the memory of incantations buried beneath the weight of a new world. Yet the heart of a warrior beat fiercely within her. She could not let the old ways die without a fight. In her soul, the embers still smoldered. There was a rhythm to the magic that pulsed beneath the surface, waiting to erupt once more. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, Ingrid stood alone in the clearing, the air thick with an unspoken promise. The moon glowed bright above her, illuminating the ancient stones that whispered of power. She began to chant, her voice rising in defiance against the silence that threatened to swallow her whole. The wind carried her words, weaving them into the fabric of the night, and for a brief moment the spirits stirred. A soft rustle in the trees echoed around her, as if the very earth remembered. But as the last note faded into the night, a chilling realization dawned upon her. The stories of the past were not enough to hold back the tide. The decline of Norse magic was not merely the loss of rituals and incantations. It was the death of a connection to the land, to the ancestors, and to each other. The world was shifting beneath her feet, and she could feel the pull of inevitability. Ingrid's heart raced as she stood at the edge of her world, the past slipping away like water through clenched fists. She realized she was fighting not just for herself, but for all those who had come before her, every seer who had whispered to the winds, every warrior who had called upon the gods in battle. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Ingrid sensed that the battle was far from over. The magic of the past may have been fading, but the heart of the Norse spirit remained unyielding, a flickering flame waiting for the right moment to reignite. In that moment of resolve, she understood that the story of Norse magic was never truly finished. It lived on in the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the hearts of those who dared to remember. Under the vast canopy of a starlit sky, surrounded by the shadows of ancient trees, a group of villagers gathered. The air was thick with anticipation, whispers dancing like fireflies. It was an evening unlike any other, where the weight of unspoken stories hung heavy in the air, waiting to be shared. Each flickering flame from the fire cast flickers of light and darkness upon eager faces, illuminating eyes filled with wonder and fear. Children huddled close to their elders, the soft rustle of woven grass mats beneath them a reminder of their bond to the earth and their ancestors. All around the world, tales were tethered to the past, and within this circle, the first storyteller rose, a figure cloaked in mystery and age. His voice, gravelly yet melodic, carried the secrets of generations. "Listen closely," he began, "for what I share tonight may change your lives." As he spoke, the shadows seemed to stretch and morph, as if the very spirits of those long gone were listening in, waiting. The creation myths of the villagers unfolded, rich with imagery of gods and monsters, love and betrayal. These were not mere stories. They were the threads that held the fabric of their culture together. Each word was a brushstroke on the canvas of their identity, revealing lessons and warnings, binding them to their history and to one another. The tales were woven with deep emotion, a tapestry of joy and sorrow that resonated with every listener. Yet nestled within these vibrant stories were hidden truths, secrets carefully preserved. The elders knew the power of words. They understood that some things were too dangerous to be spoken openly. In the tale of the Great Flood, for instance, there was more than a cautionary warning about the wrath of nature. The undertones hinted at a time when betrayal cut deep through their own ranks, when trust was shattered like fragile glass. A shiver rippled through the listeners as they grasped the layers beneath the surface, their imaginations igniting with visions of their ancestors' challenges. An elder's voice trembled on the brink of silence, then surged forth, recounting the tale of a lost warrior. This was no ordinary legend. It was a reminder of the cost of pride and the price of loyalty. The villagers leaned in, desperate to catch every word. The warrior had been celebrated for his bravery, yet in his quest for glory, he had overlooked the wisdom of those who loved him. The fire crackled ominously as the words painted a vivid image of desperation and regret, leaving behind a palpable tension that bound the audience in shared understanding. As the night deepened, laughter erupted from the younger folk when a mischievous tale was spun. The storyteller described a trickster spirit known for its playful antics, a character who danced between worlds, blurring the lines of reality and illusion. The rhythm of the story changed, laughter mixing with gasps of disbelief. Yet beneath the humor lay echoes of truth, for the trickster served as a reminder to never take life too seriously, to embrace joy even in dark times. With each story, the villagers found themselves enmeshed in a delicate dance of emotions, blending joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. They understood that oral traditions were not merely for entertainment. They were lessons, passed down with care, designed to guide the next generation. The elders shared their wisdom in hushed tones, their faces aglow with the firelight, each wrinkle a testament to the weight of the stories they carried. Yet, as the night grew older, a shadow fell upon the gathering. An unspoken fear rippled through the circle as the storyteller's voice softened, almost faltering. He began to speak of the time when their community faced a great peril. A time when secrets were not just stories but survival tactics. With trepidation, he recounted the whispers of a neighboring tribe, jealous and envious of their land, seeking to destroy the harmony that had reigned for generations. The villagers paled, the laughter fading from their lips, replaced by an unsettling awareness that their very existence had once hung by a thread. The storyteller spoke of night raids and stolen harvests, of terror lurking just beyond the borders. He shared how the elders had met in secret, crafting tales that concealed the truth, stories meant to mislead their enemies while preserving their spirit. Each word was laden with urgency. Whispers of betrayal twisted with the need to protect. The fear in their hearts was palpable. It echoed the very foundations of their existence. The flames flickered, casting long shadows that danced like the specters of those who had fought to keep their culture alive. Tension hung in the air, thick as fog, as the villagers wrestled with the implications. What had once seemed like mere stories now felt like lifelines, strings connecting them to their ancestors who had bravely fought to keep their heritage intact. The realization struck like a bolt of lightning. A single word, a single secret could tip the scales of fate. As the night wore on, the storyteller's voice rose and fell, weaving a spell that ensnared their hearts. The boundaries of time blurred. Each listener became part of the tale, feeling the weight of their ancestors' sacrifices. There was a resolve among them, an unspoken pledge to uphold these stories, to ensure that their lineage, rich with lessons and truths, was never forgotten. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling leaves and sending a shiver down their spines. It was as if the spirits themselves were urging them to listen more closely, to grasp the urgency of the moment. Every secret preserved in the stories was a thread connecting them to the past and a shield for the future, an inheritance they could not afford to lose. The night was far from over and the tales still waited to be told. The thunder rolled across the mountains, a deep, growling beast awakening from a slumber. It sent ripples through the ancient trees, slick with the morning dew, whispering secrets of the past. Each droplet glimmered like a tiny jewel, cradling the essence of the world around it. The air was thick with anticipation, as if nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for the magic to unfurl. Norse magic was woven into the very fabric of the earth, where fierce winds met the roaring sea and the quiet of the forests was punctuated by the rustle of leaves. The ancient people revered the elemental forces, believing them to be gods and spirits that governed every aspect of life. These elements were not mere symbols. They were alive, pulsing with energy and emotion. They understood that the earth was more than just a backdrop. It was a living, breathing entity. In the flickering light of a fire pit, a group of villagers gathered, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. Each one bore a story, a connection to the elemental forces. An elder, with deep lines etched into her weathered skin, began to speak. Her voice trembled like the leaves of the birch tree swaying gently in the wind. "Fire," she intoned, "is the spirit of passion and destruction, a force that brings warmth and takes life." She looked into the flames, recalling the time when flames consumed their crops, leaving nothing but ashes. Yet she also remembered the fires that brought families together, where tales of valor were born and love ignited. As her words hung in the air, the villagers leaned in, captivated. Each one felt the heat of the fire, a reminder that it could both nurture and annihilate. They knew that fire demanded respect. It was a double-edged sword, and to wield it wisely was to understand its nature. The flicker of the flames danced in their eyes, igniting a spark of understanding. They nodded earnestly, for they felt the truth of her words resonating deep within their hearts. Then came the call of the sea, a lullaby that echoed through the valleys. The tide crashed against the shore, relentless and fierce, much like the gods they worshipped. The villagers turned their gaze to the horizon, where the sky met the water in a fierce embrace. The sea was both a giver and a taker, its waves carrying life to their shores, while storms could snatch it all away in the blink of an eye. Fishermen had tales of drowning and survival, of monsters lurking beneath the waves and treasures hidden in the depths. The sea was a world unto itself, full of magic that ebbed and flowed like the tides. A young boy, wide-eyed and curious, broke through the tension. "What of the storms?" he asked, his voice trembling with excitement and fear. The elder smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. "Ah, yes, the storms. Thunder and lightning are the voices of the gods, a reminder of their might. But even storms bring life. The rain nourishes the earth, and after every tempest, the sun shines brighter." As she spoke, a sudden gust of wind swept through the gathering, rustling the grasses and sending a chill down their spines. It was as if the very spirit of the air had descended upon them, eager to share its secrets. The villagers felt the power of the wind in their bones, a force that danced and twirled, shaping the landscapes around them. They thought of the great oak trees that stood tall against the gales, their roots gripping the earth like the ancestors who had come before. The wind carried with it the voices of those who had passed, whispers that traveled beyond time. "Do not forget," the elder warned, "the earth itself is our foundation. It is the soil that nurtures our crops, the mountains that shield us from the cold, the stones that tell our history. Our magic is tied to this land, and we must honor it with every breath we take." Each villager felt the weight of those words, a truth that anchored them to the world. They understood that they were part of something greater, an intricate tapestry woven with threads of elemental magic. It was not just about survival, it was about respect and harmony. As the evening wore on, the sky transformed into a canvas of vibrant colors, painting the world in hues of orange and purple. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced on the ground. The villagers gazed up, their hearts swelling with a mix of awe and reverence. They felt a connection to the very elements that surrounded them: fire, water, air, and earth, each one a powerful force that shaped their existence. But lurking beneath this serene surface was a tension, a yearning for balance that would soon be tested. The elements were restless, their energies intertwining, hinting at a storm on the horizon. The villagers could feel it in their bones, an ancient call to arms. They had learned the ways of the world, yet they sensed the threads of fate tightening around them, urging them to prepare for what was to come. As night enveloped the village, the air crackled with electricity, and the first drops of rain began to fall, each one a reminder of the power that lay just beneath the surface. The villagers exchanged glances, heartbeats quickening, knowing that the elemental forces were more than mere stories. They were alive, and their presence could turn from nurturing to fury in an instant. The fire flickered on, illuminating their faces, but it was the shadows that danced behind them, whispering of what was to come. The magic of the natural world was awakening, and the villagers stood at the precipice, ready to face the elemental chaos that awaited them, unaware that their understanding of magic and of themselves was about to be irrevocably transformed. The wind howled as it swept across the craggy peaks, carrying with it whispers of ancient stories long forgotten by time. The mountains, tall and proud, stood like sentinels watching over the land, their jagged edges painted in hues of orange and purple as the sun sank behind them. Each stone, each crevice, held the echoes of those who had traversed their slopes, searching for wisdom in the silence of the heights. Somewhere among those rocks, the spirits of ancestors lingered, their presence felt in the cool touch of the breeze, in the rustling leaves of the trees that swayed beneath the towering giants. Rivers wound their way through the valleys below, their waters shimmering like liquid silver under the fading light. They danced and twisted, carving paths through earth that had endured millennia of change. To some, these waters were merely a source of life, but to others they were sacred, imbued with the essence of spirits who protected the lands. Legends spoke of a river that flowed not just with water, but with the memories of all who had ever stood by its banks, their hopes and dreams mingling with the current. Those who leaned down to drink from its depths could hear faint voices carried on the breeze, urging them to listen, to remember. As dusk fell, the landscape transformed, shadows creeping over the ground like soft blankets. A hush enveloped the mountains, a stillness so profound that one could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth. In that silence there was a pulse, a rhythm that spoke of life and death, creation and destruction. The spirits stirred, emerging from their hiding places, weaving through the air like mist rising from the rivers. They were guardians of this land, figures of light and shadow, their forms shifting with the passing clouds. To see them, one had to believe, to open their heart to the unexplainable, to seek the stories hidden in the very soil beneath their feet. Among these ancient giants was a boy named Taran, whose curiosity burned brighter than the stars beginning to twinkle above. He had heard the tales from his grandmother, stories of the mountains and rivers, and the spirits that called them home. Taran was drawn to the wilderness like a moth to a flame, compelled by a force he could not name. On this night, with the sky painted in deep blues and purples, he found himself at the edge of the river, its waters sparkling like diamonds under the moonlight. As he knelt by the bank, Taran felt a shiver run down his spine. It was as if the river was alive, breathing, pulsating with energy. He dipped his fingers into the cool water, feeling its rush against his skin, and at that moment he closed his eyes. The world around him blurred, and he was transported to another time, a time when the rivers were the lifeblood of his people, a time when the mountains whispered secrets to those willing to listen. Visions swirled in his mind, images of warriors standing proud against the backdrop of the peaks, of women weaving baskets by the water's edge, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the flowing river. He could smell the smoke from cooking fires and hear the soft hum of songs carried by the wind. For a heartbeat, he was part of it all, a bridge between past and present, and he understood that the spirits were not just remnants of history, but vibrant forces, guiding and protecting those who honored the land. A sudden rustle in the bushes snapped him back to the present, and Taran's heart raced. He turned, eyes wide, half expecting to see a wild animal. Instead, he found an old man standing by the trees, his face weathered like the mountains themselves. The man's eyes sparkled with wisdom and mischief, and as he stepped forward, Taran felt an inexplicable connection, as if he had known this stranger all his life. "The river sings at night, boy," the old man said, his voice like gravel and honey. "But only those who truly listen can hear its song. You are one of the lucky ones, it seems." Taran swallowed hard, words escaping him. He felt both exhilarated and frightened. Could he really be chosen by the spirits? The old man beckoned him closer, and without thinking, Taran took a step forward. "What do you hear?" the man asked, suddenly serious. "I hear stories," Taran whispered, his voice trembling. "I hear the laughter of my people, the cries of the warriors." The old man smiled, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Then you are ready, my boy. The spirits have chosen you." Before Taran could fully comprehend the meaning of those words, the ground beneath them trembled slightly, a gentle rumble that seemed to resonate with the mountains. The trees swayed, and the air thickened with anticipation. It was as if the very landscape recognized his presence, responding to the awakening of ancient energy. The old man raised his hands as if summoning something from the depths of the earth itself. "Feel it, Taran. Embrace it," he called out, and the boy's heart raced as he stood there, rooted to the spot, the power of the landscape coursing through him like a river of light. Suddenly, shadows danced around them, swirling like a tempest, and Taran felt the spirits rising. They surrounded him, their laughter echoing in the night, their forms glimmering like fireflies in the darkness. He could hear their stories, their dreams blending with his own, and the realization struck him. He was part of something far greater, woven into the very fabric of the mountains, the rivers, and the spirits that had come before him. With each passing moment, the connection deepened, and Taran understood that the land was alive, sentient, and aware. It felt his fears, his hopes, and his dreams. It was a living entity, as much a part of him as he was of it. The realization was exhilarating, and he could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, a blend of pride and responsibility. But just as the thrill reached its peak, a sudden chill swept through the air, and the spirits hesitated, their laughter fading into the night. Taran turned to face the mountains, sensing something dark lurking beyond their majestic peaks. The air grew heavy, and the once warm breeze became a biting, cold wind, sending shivers through his bones. The laughter in the air turned to whispers of warning, and a sense of urgency gripped him. "Something stirs in the shadows," the old man murmured, his expression now grave. Taran's heart pounded as he realized that the balance between the spirits and the land had been disrupted. The mountains, once a sanctuary, now loomed forebodingly, their ancient wisdom intertwined with a sense of impending challenge. Would he be able to protect the very spirits that had welcomed him? The river surged violently, splashing against the bank as if trying to warn him. Taran felt the weight of his ancestors pressing upon him, urging him to stand firm. In that moment, he understood that the mountains, the rivers, and the spirits were not just a tapestry of history. They were alive and restless, waiting for a hero to rise, to ensure that their stories continued to be told, that the balance would be restored. As the wind howled and the shadows danced, Taran took a deep breath, fortified by the knowledge that he was never alone. The spirits were with him, and together they would face whatever darkness threatened their sacred landscape. The night stretched on, filled with tension and anticipation, as the boy prepared to confront the unknown, the mountains watching, the rivers flowing, and the spirits whispering secrets in a language only he could understand. The air crackled with energy as the flickering flames danced in the night, shadows elongated and twisted like ancient spirits. whispering secrets of a time long past. In the dim light, a gathering of modern souls stood, eyes alight with curiosity, eager to touch the threads of a world woven with magic and mystery. They were seekers, intent on grasping the remnants of Norse magic that had transcended centuries, lingering like an enigmatic perfume in the air. The Viking age, a tapestry of fierce warriors and deep mysticism, had painted a rich history filled with the beliefs and practices of the Norse people. At its core lay a complex understanding of the unseen world. Gods and goddesses, the spirits of nature, and the powerful runes that whispered ancient wisdom to those attuned to their frequency. Today, in the echo of those ancient traditions, practitioners sought to channel that same energy, breathing life into rituals that had been nearly forgotten. Around the fire, a woman adorned in a flowing cloak of dark wool took a deep breath, feeling the weight of history pressing upon her shoulders. She was a modern-day practitioner of Norse magic, a vulva, like those who conjured prophecies in the past. Her hands cradled a small, intricately carved wooden chest, its surface etched with symbols that glinted in the firelight. Inside lay sacred items, herbs, stones, and runes, each chosen with intention, each infused with a purpose. As she opened the chest, the scent of dried herbs wafted through the air, a heady blend of sage and mugwort. The gathering held its breath, captivated by the flicker of possibility. The vulva sprinkled the herbs onto the flames, their crackling hiss igniting the night with an ancient pulse. Smoke spiraled upward, coiling like a serpent, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of those present. "Remember," she said, her voice low and steady, "magic is not mere illusion. It is the art of connecting with the world around us, of invoking the energies that swirl unseen." Gasps filled the circle, each heart quickening as they felt the pull of her words. They were not just observers. They were participants in a dance long forgotten, where intention and belief merged into something real, something palpable. A young man stepped forward, his voice trembling with anticipation. He sought guidance, desperate to understand the runes that had captivated him since childhood. The vulva smiled, her eyes glinting with the knowledge of ages. She reached into her chest and pulled out a set of runestones, each one smooth and polished, carrying the weight of history in its form. As she laid them out in front of him, they throbbed with potential, waiting to reveal their secrets. "Each rune is a story," she explained, tracing her fingers over the symbols. "A piece of the cosmos, a fragment of life's journey. To use them is to tap into the very essence of existence." The young man leaned closer, his heart pounding as he felt the draw of destiny. The air around them shimmered, alive with possibilities, like the first light of dawn breaking over a dark horizon. As night deepened, the gathering's energy intensified. A woman with fiery red hair stepped forward, her spirit ignited by the call of the wild. She spoke of the goddess Freyja, the embodiment of love and war, the protector of the fierce and the gentle alike. In her words, the stories of ancient battles and love lost transformed into a living tapestry. A reminder that magic was not bound to the past but flowed through the veins of those willing to believe. The participants found themselves transported to another time and place, feeling the thrum of the earth beneath their feet, the weight of their ancestors' hopes pressing upon them. They were part of a lineage, forever entwined with the magic of the Norse. Tears glistened in their eyes as they shared tales of personal struggle and triumph, each story a thread woven into the great fabric of existence. Yet, as the fire blazed higher, a chill crept into the night. The atmosphere shifted, darkening with the weight of unspoken fears. A man with an air of skepticism stood at the edge of the circle, his arms crossed defensively. He questioned the potency of the rituals, the validity of the beliefs, casting a shadow that threatened to dim the flames of hope. "Can this really work?" he challenged, his voice cutting through the reverie. The group paused, uncertainty swirling in the air like smoke. The vulva turned to him, unflinching. Magic is not about proof. It is about belief. It is about the connection we forge with the unseen. Her voice rang true, a bell echoing in the silence that followed. Slowly, the tension began to lift, the shadows retreating as the warmth of community encircled them once more. The man's expression softened. What if I can't believe? What if I'm not worthy? The vulnerability in his voice sliced through the gathering, a reminder that the path of magic often led through the thickets of self-doubt. The group leaned forward, offering their stories, their acceptance, each person sharing the struggles they faced, the doubts that haunted them. Magic is for everyone, a woman whispered, her words wrapping around him like a warm embrace. It is not about being chosen, it is about choosing to connect. And in that moment, the fire flickered brightly once more, its flames licking the night sky, inviting him into a world where the heart of magic beat strong and true. As the gathering continued, they began to weave a spell together, a collective intention rising like the smoke from the fire, each voice layered upon the other, a symphony of hopes and dreams, blending into something far greater than any individual could conjure alone. The power of their shared energy pulsed in the air, a magnetic force that rippled through the darkness, awakening ancient magic that had always been there, waiting to be embraced. The night stretched onward, filled with laughter and shared stories, igniting hearts and lighting the path before them. With every chant, every offering, they felt the pulse of the Norse magic thrumming beneath their skin. It was a magic that transcended time, a connection to the past that resonated within their very beings, binding them together in a circle of luminous energy. And, as the stars twinkled above like 1,000 tiny runes, they knew that this was only the beginning. The fire crackled, the magic swirled, and the ancient echoes of Norse wisdom whispered promises of what was yet to come. The world outside faded away, leaving only the flickering flames and the intoxicating dance of magic that held them captive, forever entwined in a tapestry of belief and wonder. On a windswept hill under a bruised sky, an archaeologist knelt in the remnants of a crumbling civilization. Her hands trembling as they brushed against a shard of ancient pottery. The air was thick with the scent of earth, a smell steeped in history, and her heart raced with the electricity of discovery. This wasn't merely a job, it was a connection across time, a visceral link to those who walked the land long before her. Each piece of stone, every splinter of bone, whispered stories from centuries past. She could almost hear the echoes of laughter, the soft murmur of children playing, the stern voices of leaders plotting their next move. The past wasn't dead. It thrummed with life in the fabric of the very soil beneath her fingers. Yet, with every revelation came the weight of responsibility. The archaeologist felt it like a shroud around her shoulders, knowing that her interpretations could shape the identity and future of the people connected to these artifacts. As she worked, her thoughts drifted to those who had come before her. The great explorers of the 19th and 20th centuries had carved a path, often without regard for the cultures they encountered. There was a thrill in their conquests, a rush in claiming the unknown, but their actions left scars that modern practitioners now grappled with. The archaeologist felt their shadows looming large, a reminder that fieldwork was more than uncovering relics. It was an act of dialogue with the past, a negotiation with history itself. Just days earlier, in a bustling market filled with vibrant colors and the spicy scent of street food, a cultural anthropologist had engaged with local artisans, her heart swelling with admiration for their craft. She watched as they skillfully wove tales into their textiles, every thread a testament to their lineage and customs. The anthropologist felt an overwhelming sense of privilege to witness such artistry, yet the nagging questions loomed over her. Was she an observer or an intruder? Would her presence alter the very fabric she sought to understand? With every interview, every shared story, she felt the warmth of connection but also the chill of uncertainty. The locals were generous, opening their hearts and homes, yet she carried the burden of their trust. She scribbled notes feverishly, wanting to capture their essence while fearing misrepresentation. The line between appreciation and appropriation was razor-thin, and each conversation became a tightrope walk over a chasm of potential misunderstanding. In a remote village, far from the clamor of the world, a young field worker sat with a group of elders, their faces weathered and wise. They spoke of the land, its spirits, and the rituals that harmonized their lives with nature. As she listened, the field worker felt goosebumps rise on her skin. This was not just research, it was communion. She was there to witness traditions that had survived threats and changes, to understand how people maintained their identity amid the relentless march of modernization. Yet, the experience was not without its trials. She had seen the effects of urban encroachment on their lives, the way skyscrapers cast shadows over ancient trees. The elders, wise and resolute, shared their fears of losing touch with their heritage. The weight of their hopes bore down on her, their voices threading together a tapestry of resilience and sorrow. She had come to learn, yet here she was, feeling the pull of duty, to advocate for their voices in a world that often ignored them. A few months later, another researcher stood on an excavated site, her heart racing as she unearthed a skeleton, long buried but not forgotten. It was an archaeological finding that sent ripples through the community. But as she documented the remains, her exhilaration turned to dread. This was not just an object. It was a person who had lived, loved, and lost. The researcher felt the weight of humanity pressing down on her, regretting the impersonal nature of her work. Did she have the right to study this life? To analyze and dissect what had been so sacred? She envisioned the family of the deceased, people who might still exist somewhere, unaware that their ancestor was lying exposed to the elements. The task at hand was daunting. How could she balance the academic pursuit with the ethical obligation to honor the life that once was? Each decision felt monumental, the stakes impossibly high. She gathered her notes, her emotions swirling, resolved to carry the story forward with care and respect. On another continent, a conservationist was painstakingly documenting the fading traditions of an indigenous tribe. With each interview, she was enveloped by the vibrancy of the culture, yet each laughter shared was tinged with the sadness of decline. The tribe's languages, songs, and stories were at the brink of erosion as outsiders encroached upon their sacred lands. They took photographs and recorded dances, but with every click, she felt an impending loss as if she were capturing ghosts rather than memories. With every encounter, her resolve deepened. She felt a burning need to amplify their cries, to ensure that the world heard their stories. Yet the challenge of representation loomed large. How could she faithfully depict a culture without falling prey to the biases that shaped the narratives of the outside world? Each word she penned was imbued with the weight of history, a fragile thread linking present and past. The sun dipped below the horizon as she sat, overwhelmed but determined, ready to dive back into the vibrant tapestry of fieldwork where the stories of the past clashed with the realities of the present. Her heart raced with a mix of fear and hope, for in every moment of uncertainty was the undeniable spark of connection, a flicker of humanity that could not be extinguished. The field was alive, and so were its practitioners, walking the line between history and modernity, their experiences intertwined in an ever-evolving narrative of discovery, respect, and the quest for understanding. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy, thick with ancient whispers and forgotten spells, as the moon hung low, casting long shadows over a circle of stones. Each stone bore the weight of centuries, etched with runes and memories, stories waiting to be told. The darkness wrapped around the gathering like a shroud, and the flicker of candles danced in rhythm with the heartbeats of those who dared to stand within that sacred space. It was here, on this night, that the essence of Norse magic came alive, a potent blend of reverence and raw power, a reminder that the past is never truly past. As the practitioners huddled close, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, the air hummed with an electric tension. They were not merely students of an ancient art, they were custodians of a legacy, grappling with questions that transcended time. To wield magic today was to enter a realm fraught with ethical dilemmas, calling forth the spirits of the ancestors who once walked this earth with purpose and conviction. The weight of responsibility hung heavy in the air. What did it mean to practice Norse magic in a world so different from that of the Vikings? The practitioners exchanged glances, each one pondering the implications of their actions. The echoes of their ancestors seemed to linger, urging them to tread carefully. Magic, once a means of survival, a tool to beckon the favor of the gods, to protect the family and the land, had morphed into something else entirely. In this modern age, it could easily become a weapon, a source of manipulation and control. The flickering light revealed the runes carved on the stones, symbols of fate and knowledge, their meanings rich and layered. Each rune was a key, opening doors to wisdom, but also to peril. The practitioners felt the pull of those ancient symbols, a call to understand not just the mechanics of magic, but the very essence of their actions. How would their choices ripple through time? Would they honor the spirits they invoked, or risk awakening forces better left undisturbed? One voice rose above the others, breaking the tension. What if we misinterpret the intentions of the gods? What if we ask for something and receive it, only to find it is not what we truly desired? The question hung in the air, heavy and laden with the weight of ancient caution. It was a reminder of the tales that filled the sagas, of heroes who sought power and paid dearly for their hubris. Another voice, trembling with conviction, countered, "But magic is about connection. It's about understanding ourselves and the world around us. If we approach it with respect, we can weave our lives with the threads of fate without losing our way." A few heads nodded, but uncertainty lingered, like mist creeping through the trees. The essence of Norse magic was not just about wielding power, it was about walking in harmony with the forces of the universe. Outside the circle, the wind howled, as if echoing the ancient chants of the past, urging those gathered to remember the reverence with which their ancestors approached the craft. The Vikings understood that every spell came with consequences. They honored the spirits of the land, the spirits of their lineage, and they acknowledged the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. Each choice made could lead to blessings or calamities, and the practitioners felt that weight pressing upon their shoulders, a mantle they were reluctant to accept, yet could not ignore. As the night deepened, a sense of urgency washed over the group. They were standing on a precipice at the intersection of old and new, where the power of the past collided with the realities of modern life. The temptation was palpable. It whispered promises of power and control, but they knew that with such power came a price. The stories of those who had gone before them echoed in their minds, of sorcerers whose desires consumed them, of wars fought over the very magic they now sought to understand. In that moment, a decision began to form. Perhaps the true essence of magic lay not in the spells they cast, but in the intentions behind those spells. It was in the recognition that they were part of a larger tapestry, woven from the threads of history and future. Each action reverberated through time, a ripple in the fabric of existence. The practitioners felt a collective shift, a dawning realization that their journey was not solitary, but a shared experience that spanned generations. The flickering candles began to burn lower, their flames now steady, casting a warm glow over the stone circle. The practitioners held hands, a circle of unity against the encroaching shadows. They shared stories of their ancestors, tales of bravery and folly, laughter and tears. Each story added weight to their intentions, grounding their magic in compassion and understanding. As dawn approached, painting the horizon in hues of orange and pink, A newfound determination filled the hearts of those gathered. They would honor the ethics of Norse magic, standing firm against the allure of power for power's sake. They spoke of their commitment to practice magic responsibly, to seek balance, and to respect the spirits they called upon. Their whispers mingled with the wind, a promise etched in the fabric of time, binding them to their ancestors while reaching toward a hopeful future. Yet, lurking beneath their resolve was an undeniable truth. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. The modern world was not always kind to those who tread the ancient ways. Skepticism and misunderstanding loomed like dark clouds, threatening to overshadow their intentions. Would they stand strong in their convictions when faced with the scrutiny of a world that often dismissed the magic they so cherished? The candle flames flickered, and the night began to retreat. The practitioners stood at a crossroads, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. The magic of their ancestors surged through their veins, igniting a fire within them that could not be extinguished. They were ready to step into the unknown, to face the dilemmas that awaited them, knowing that the journey was just beginning. And as the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, they felt the weight of their choices settle, a reminder that the essence of magic, like the world surrounding them, was ever evolving, a cycle of history and future intertwined. The air crackled with an electric thrill, as if the very sky had absorbed the whispers of ancient spells. Each breath felt heavy with the weight of centuries, an echo of the powerful figures who once wielded arcane tools to command fate. Among the shadows of towering pine trees and the whispering winds of the fjords, Norse wizards and seers carved their destinies with wands, staffs, and scepters, their presence still lingering like mist on the horizon. A tall figure draped in a cloak of raven feathers stood at the edge of a moss-covered altar, the moonlight tracing glimmers of silver upon a beautifully carved scepter. This was no ordinary staff. It bore the intricate designs of the world tree, Yggdrasil, its roots extending into the depths of the earth and its branches reaching toward the heavens. Such a scepter was not merely a tool, it was an embodiment of power, a bridge between realms. The air hummed as if the very earth recognized its authority, making the hair on the back of the neck stand up in reverence. Wands were often the preferred instruments of those who practiced the subtler arts. Crafted from ash or elder, these slender tools were said to channel the wielder's intent, transforming thoughts into reality. Legends tell of a young witch, her spirit fiercely intertwined with the essence of the wild. On one stormy night, she ventured into the forest, searching for the perfect branch, her heart racing with anticipation. As she reached out to a gnarled elder branch, lightning struck nearby, illuminating a fleeting glimpse of a spirit entwined with the wood. It was then she understood. The wand was alive, a vessel for the raw energies of nature, capable of drawing forth the untamed magic of the earth itself. But it was the staffs, often taller than the wielders themselves, that commanded the most respect. These majestic tools were not only symbols of authority but also conduits of ancient wisdom. The great god Odin was often depicted with a staff, for he was the seeker of knowledge, the wanderer of worlds. Once, during a night filled with foreboding omens, he journeyed to the underworld to seek the wisdom of the dead. Clutching his staff, he traversed the shadowy realm, the air thick with the scent of decay and whispers of forgotten souls. Each step resonated with the crack of thunder, as if the very universe trembled at his presence. In the hands of a powerful sorceress, a staff could unleash devastating storms or heal the gravest wounds. The great seeress, Volva, was known for her ability to weave the threads of fate. With her staff, she could summon visions that foretold the future, drawing on the cosmic energies around her. Legends recount how she raised her staff high into the air during a gathering, and as she did, the winds howled, swirling like a tempest. The villagers watched in awe, their hearts pounding as she held their fates in her grasp. Then there were the enchanted wands belonging to the rune masters, who inscribed symbols that bound the very fabric of reality. These magical tools were often adorned with crystals and stones, each chosen for its unique properties. A particular wand, crafted from the wood of a sacred yew tree, was said to possess the power to ignite courage and dispel fear. Tales of battles fought with such a wand echoed through time, where warriors found their strength rekindled in the face of overwhelming odds. Each swing of the wand in battle became a dance of fate, a refusal to succumb to despair. Yet not all magical tools were forged for grandiose displays of power. Some were subtle, hidden in the mundane. A simple walking stick could transform into a staff of protection if the right incantation was whispered into the wind. An unassuming wand, hidden beneath the floorboards of an old hut, might carry the secrets of generations. The very act of crafting these tools was steeped in ritual, often requiring the practitioner to enter a trance, channeling their ancestors' knowledge as they shaped wood and infused it with intention. On the frost-bitten cliffs overlooking the sea, a lone figure stood, staff in hand, summoning the spirits of the wind. The waves crashed violently below, a symphony of chaos as the clouds roiled overhead. This was not merely a display of power. It was a communion with the elements. Drawn from the deepest places of her heart, the sorceress called forth the storm. Each crack of lightning mirrored the fire in her soul. Each gust of wind resonated with her cries. She was the storm, and the storm was her. As the moon dipped below the horizon, the shadows lengthened, and the darkness thickened. The sacred tools lay waiting, imbued with the echoes of all who had come before. The air was thick with potential, a palpable tension that made the hair stand on end. What else could these tools do? What secrets slumbered within their crafted forms, waiting for the brave, the foolish, or the desperate to awaken their power? Whispers of old magic filled the air, and with each breath the promise of ancient knowledge hung tantalizingly close. Every wand, every staff, every scepter was a story waiting to be written, a legend yearning for a hand to guide its magic. The very essence of the ancient world lingered in the air, weaving through the tall grasses and curling around the stones. The thrill of possibility crackled like the sound of distant thunder, and all who stood in that sacred space felt the pull of something greater. It stirred the blood and quickened the heart, beckoning the brave to grasp these tools and claim their destinies. The night was alive with magic, and the stories had only just begun to unfold, waiting to entwine themselves with the lives of those who dared to wield the power of the Norse gods. In a dimly lit room, the flicker of candles cast dancing shadows on worn pages of ancient tomes. An air of mystery hung thick, and every whisper of wind outside felt like the echoes of a long-lost world, a world where gods and magic intertwined in a tapestry of fate and power. Outside, the night was quiet, but within those walls the rich history of Norse magic was woven through the fabric of popular culture in ways that could make the skin prickle and the heart race. Long ago, the Norse believed that magic was a force as tangible as the wind and the sea. From the powerful seiðr, a practice shrouded in mystery, to the enchanting charms woven into everyday life, Norse magic was a vibrant thread in the lives of those who walked the frost-bitten lands. It was a force that stirred the very essence of the cosmos. The practitioners, often women known as vulvas, wielded this magic with a grace that could send shivers down anyone's spine. They could foresee the future, heal the sick, and even sway the hearts of men. Fast forward to today, and the influence of this ancient magic can be seen on every screen and in every book that captures our imagination. The tales of Vikings, their gods, and the very magic they once believed in have transcended time. From best-selling novels to blockbuster films, Norse magic casts a long shadow that ignites a spark of interest in the hearts of many. The way Thor swings his mighty hammer in the Marvel movies isn't just entertainment. It's a revival of centuries-old tales that breathe life into the gods of old. Yet it's not merely the gods who capture our fascination. The enchantments of Norse magic seep into our everyday lives, from the runes that grace jewelry to the mystical symbols inked on skin. Each symbol tells a story of protection, love, or fate, reminders of the belief that magic is all around us, waiting for those brave enough to seek it. When one wears the symbol of the Valknut, they are not just sporting a piece of art, they are accessing the power of the warriors who once walked the earth, who believed that death was merely the beginning of another adventure. The popular TV series Vikings mesmerizes audiences with its portrayal of Norse culture. Each episode unfolds like a spellbinding incantation, inviting viewers to witness the fierce loyalty, brutal battles, and the intricate world of belief that surrounded the Vikings. The way the characters commune with the gods, seek omens, and practice magic reflects a world where the mystical and the mundane existed in an unbreakable bond. It evokes emotions of longing and wonder, leaving viewers captivated by the richness of a culture that once thrived in the icy north. The allure of Norse magic doesn't stop at entertainment. It seeps into our very language, enriching it with words and phrases that evoke imagery of strength and mystique. Terms like berserk, which describes the fierce warriors of legend, now find their way into everyday conversation, symbolizing a wild, untamed spirit. The idea of Ragnarök, the end-of-the-world prophecy, invites contemplation and fear, igniting a primal curiosity about fate and destiny that resonates deeply within us all. Board games and video games have also embraced the mythos, offering players a chance to wield the magic of the Norse gods against a backdrop of epic battles and heroic quests. Titles like God of War breathe new life into ancient myths, allowing players to step into the shoes of gods and monsters, to feel the thrill of adventure coursing through their veins. Each quest is a reminder of the magic that once danced in the air, the magic that still holds sway over our imaginations today. But beyond the glitz of modern storytelling, there lies a darker vein of Norse magic that lingers in the shadows. The lore of the Norns, the weavers of fate, reminds us that our lives are entwined in a tapestry that is both beautiful and tragic. Their presence in popular culture serves as a reminder of the inescapable threads of destiny that bind us all, the bittersweet realization that while we may seek to shape our own stories, we are often at the mercy of a larger narrative. This tension, this emotional weight, pulls at our hearts, echoing the struggles of the past while resonating with our contemporary fears and hopes. As the night deepens, the sound of laughter and the clinking of glasses draw attention to a gathering of friends celebrating the magic of Norse mythology. They share stories that echo through generations, tales of gods and giants, of love and betrayal. Each story carries a weight, a reminder of the power that belief can wield. This is not mere nostalgia. It is a celebration of a legacy that continues to inspire and ignite passion. Every flicker of interest in Norse magic, every artifact that captures the imagination, reinforces the idea that magic is not confined to the past. It thrives within the hearts of those who choose to believe, who find solace in the stories, and who dare to imagine a world where the extraordinary is possible. As the candles burn low, one can feel it in the air, the notion that Norse magic is more than just a relic of history. It is a living, breathing entity that pulses with life and wonder. The rhythm of the night shifts, building toward a climax that feels inevitable yet surreal. The echoes of ancient chants fill the room, and laughter transforms into hushed whispers of reverence. The line between the old and the new blurs, leaving an electric charge, a pulse that quickens with every heartbeat. The haunting realization dawns that magic was never meant to fade away. It simply waits, entwined in our stories, eager to rise again. As the shadows deepen and the tales unfold, the influence of Norse magic continues to weave through the very fabric of our lives, beckoning us to listen, to believe, and to feel the thrill of the unknown. The night stretches on, filled with the promise of untold stories yet to be shared, as the magical thread of history continues to wrap around us, connecting past to present and hinting at the countless adventures yet to come. The cold, crisp air bit at the skin, a reminder of the ancient glaciers that had long guarded their secrets. For centuries, the ice had been a silent sentinel, preserving remnants of a world that had nearly vanished beneath layers of snow and time. But as climate change melted away the frozen crust, whispers of the past began to emerge from the ice, drawing researchers and enthusiasts alike to the high altitudes of Norway. Among the peaks, an archaeologist named Lars stood, heart racing with excitement. He could hardly contain his anticipation as he brushed away the snow from a patch of peculiar earth, revealing a weathered Viking artifact. A spearhead, its metal glinting dully in the fading sunlight. It was a small piece of the past, yet it held so much promise. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. This was not just a relic, it was a thread that could weave back together the fabric of a lost civilization. As Lars carefully extracted the spearhead, he could almost hear the echoes of ancient warriors, their laughter and battle cries ringing through the mountains. Each find on this icy slope teased the imagination, pulling at the heartstrings of history. There were bones, too, remains of sled dogs and perhaps even a Viking, preserved for centuries, lying beneath the frost. The thrill of their discovery intermingled with the chill in the air, awakening a sense of reverence for lives once lived. At a nearby excavation site, other archaeologists uncovered a trove of artifacts, intricately carved wooden objects, iron tools, and even a small cache of coins. Each piece told a story of trade, survival, and a culture rich in lore and legend. The excitement was palpable. The team exchanged glances of disbelief and joy, feeling as if they were witnessing the past unfold with each layer they peeled back. Among the artifacts was a remarkable find, a pair of finely crafted shoes made for a child. The leather was worn and cracked, telling of journeys taken under the vast northern skies. It was a poignant reminder of the families that had once walked these unforgiving terrains, forging paths through ice and snow. Lars felt a lump in his throat as he imagined the child who wore those shoes, their laughter mingling with the howling winds, their dreams as vast as the horizon stretched before them. Not far from the shoes, a peculiar object caught the eye of another team member, Ingrid. It was a small wooden amulet, intricately carved with symbols that dated back to the Norse gods. Holding it delicately in her hands, she could almost feel the weight of its significance. This was not merely ornamental, it was a token of faith, a bridge to the divine. The moment felt electric, as if the spirit of the ancient world was reaching out through time, connecting the past to the present in an unbroken chain. As each day passed, the discoveries layered upon one another, creating a rich tapestry of human history. There were stories of trade routes and exploration, of seafaring adventures, and of battles fought on the icy waters of the North Atlantic. The ice, once thought to be a daunting barrier, had become a conduit of revelation, illuminating the lives of those who had come before. Yet, amidst the thrill of discovery, a sense of urgency gripped the team. The glacier was shrinking, and with it, the chance to unearth more treasures from the ice was slipping away like grains of sand through their fingers. Each artifact uncovered felt like a race against time, and every day brought new urgency. What other stories lay hidden beneath the ice, waiting to be told? The harsh winds howled as if echoing the cries of long-lost warriors, urging the team forward. They pressed on, each find igniting a fervor that resonated deep within their souls. Lars couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the brink of uncovering something monumental. Perhaps even the final resting place of a Viking noble or a long-forgotten shipwreck, its bones cradled by the churning ice. One evening, as dusk settled over the mountains, the researchers gathered around a small fire. The flickering flames danced against the night sky, casting shadows that played upon the walls of ancient stone. They shared stories of the day's discoveries, laughter mingling with the crackling of the firewood. But beneath the camaraderie lay a shared understanding. this was not just an expedition. It was a sacred mission to honor those who had walked these lands before them. With every shared story, with every laugh, the team felt the weight of history pressing in on them. They were not merely excavating bones and artifacts. They were unearthing the very essence of humanity, the struggles, the triumphs, and the indomitable spirit of a culture that had faced the unforgiving elements year after year. As they gazed into the flames, they could almost see the faces of those who had thrived and faltered, their stories entwined with the ice that surrounded them. But there was still much to uncover. The team spent countless hours poring over maps and ancient texts, piecing together clues that promised more finds. Each day brought hope and determination, yet the relentless march of time loomed large. The ice was receding, and with it, the fragile connection to the past. The weight of this urgency hung heavy in the air, pushing them deeper into the mountains, urging them to seek out the next great discovery. On one particularly frigid morning, the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating a remote valley that had previously remained shrouded in mystery. The team's collective breath caught in their throats as they approached a site that had shown early signs of significance. With renewed energy, they began uncovering layers of ice. What lay beneath, hidden for centuries, could change everything they thought they knew about the Norse people. As the ice crackled and groaned, a shadowy form began to emerge, giving rise to a thrum of excitement that rippled through the group. The tension mounted as they worked together, carefully chipping away the encasing frost, revealing an ornate shield, its surface still glimmering despite the years spent trapped in ice. It was a breathtaking sight, and in that moment, they felt the pulse of history quicken, enveloping them in a profound sense of connection to those who had wielded that shield in battle. The ice had given them a glimpse into a past that was as vibrant as it was elusive. The thrill of discovery mingled with an overwhelming responsibility to honor and protect the narratives they were unearthing. Each artifact was a piece of a larger puzzle, a testament to a world that thrived and faltered, dreaming and daring against the forces of nature. The team's heartbeats synchronized with the stories unfolding before them, a cadence of time that felt electric and alive. And so, the quest continued, driven by the echoes of Viking longships that had once navigated these icy waters, each discovery a thread pulling them deeper into the rich tapestry of a culture that refused to be forgotten. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the snow-capped peaks, the team stood together at the edge of the ice, united by their shared mission and the burgeoning sense of a history that was finally ready to be told. The flicker of candlelight danced across the ancient runes carved into the weathered stones of a hidden chamber deep within the earth. Shadows whispered secrets, and the air crackled with an energy that seemed to pull at the very fabric of time. Historians, scholars, and curious seekers held their breath, for they were on the brink of something extraordinary. The future of Norse magic studies was beginning to unfurl like the delicate petals of a flower awakening to the dawn. As the last vestiges of the Age of Vikings faded into memory, an ancient craft lay dormant, waiting to be rediscovered. The sagas spoke of seers and shamans who could commune with the gods, wielding the power of the cosmos with a flick of their wrists and the utterance of sacred words. Yet, in the modern world, where science often overshadowed the mysteries of the past, the echoes of those magicians remained like ghostly embers in a dying fire, longing to be reignited. In the dim light, a young woman named Freyja, with fierce determination in her eyes, meticulously sifted through centuries-old texts. Her fingers trembled as they brushed over parchment that had weathered storms and time itself. Each symbol felt alive beneath her touch, infused with the spirit of those who had come before. She believed that the magic, once thought lost to the ages, could be revived. If only she could decipher the runes, the wisdom hidden in their elegant curves could breathe again. Across the world, in bustling cities and quiet villages alike, a spark was igniting. Scholars gathered at conferences, each sharing their findings as excitement bubbled in the air. The ancient practice of seiðr, once dismissed as mere fantasy, was now under a new light. Researchers uncovered archaeological sites where artifacts hummed with energy, suggesting that the Norse weren't merely warriors. They were also custodians of profound knowledge, a legacy that thrived in nature and the elements. But the path ahead was not without obstacles. Skepticism loomed large and the shadows of doubt crept in. Critics scoffed at the ideas of revitalizing Norse magic, branding it as superstition or ancient folklore. Yet, those who sought the truth pressed on, fueled by an insatiable curiosity and a belief that the past deserved to be honored and understood. They began to weave the known with the unknown, marrying history with a newfound understanding of mysticism that transcended time. Freyja found herself lost in a world where magic and reality intertwined, where the air hummed with the resonance of forgotten spells. She marveled at the evidence surfacing from the icy reaches of Scandinavia, frozen artifacts, rune stones, and ceremonial sites that whispered tales of rituals long abandoned. Each find was a piece of a puzzle, a testament to the Norse people's complex relationship with the universe. It was a relationship bursting with raw emotion, filled with the trials of life and the longing for connection. As they unraveled the threads of Norse magic, they also confronted the darker aspects hidden within the tales. The stories of sacrifice, of boundless ambition, and the call of destiny echoed through the ages, like ripples in a pond. The impact of these revelations spread. New practitioners emerged, not merely as followers of old rites, but as creators of a modern magical tapestry, interweaving their own experiences with the rich history of their ancestors. This was not an erasure of the past, but a vibrant reimagining of it. Freyja stood at the forefront of this movement, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She organized gatherings where old and new could coexist, where chants and incantations would rise into the night sky, filling the air with ancient echoes. Together, people breathed life into old customs, crafting rituals that honored their heritage while nurturing a sense of belonging in an ever-evolving world. Yet, as the excitement swirled around them, darker forces began to stir. A small faction emerged, clinging to the past with an iron grip, determined to maintain a monopoly on Norse culture. They saw the revival of Norse magic not as a celebration, but as a threat, something that could dilute their traditions. Whispers of discontent rose like storm clouds, threatening to overshadow the progress made by those who sought to honor the old ways in a new light. Freyja felt the tension mounting, a storm brewing on the horizon. She fought to keep her community united, reminding them of the common thread that wove through their shared history, a thread of resilience, of transformation. Every voice mattered, and every story was a vital part of the whole. The magic pulsed in their veins, and they were determined to reclaim it, not just for themselves, but for future generations. In those quiet moments of reflection, Freyja often thought about the power of storytelling, the very tool that had allowed the Norse to pass down their wisdom. It was through story that they could shape their identity, forge a connection with nature, and dance with the divine. The future of Norse magic studies was not just about spells and rituals, but about weaving a narrative of hope, unity, and adventure. As she stood before her gathered community, the air thick with anticipation, Freyja raised her arms in invocation. The words spilled from her lips like honey, sweet and rich, casting a spell that reached beyond the physical realm. The echoes of ancient songs filled the air, binding them together in a circle of energy, their voices rising, mingling with the whispers of their ancestors. In that moment, the past and the future collided, and the future of Norse magic studies shone brightly on the horizon. It was a path woven with both ancient wisdom and contemporary insight, a testament to the power of resilience and the beauty of transformation. But as Freyja looked into the eyes of her companions, she knew this was only the beginning. The stories of their ancestors had not finished being told. They were simply entering a new chapter, one that promised to be filled with wonder, challenges, and the ever-present magic that awaited discovery just beyond the veil.